Good morning. Can you all hear me well? Okay, welcome to this session on green ports and shipping. We're really glad to have you all here. I hope you have been enjoying this transport forum. I know it's the last day and you're probably tired. So today we're going to make our best effort to keep the flow of things as dynamic as possible, to keep you engaged, and to maybe do away with a little bit of the formalities to make things easier on you and also on us, because you're tired probably, and some of us have been in a lot of meetings and presentations all week. So please excuse if we do away with some of the formalities of the forum. So today we have an interesting program with several presentations covering the research that we have been doing in the People's Republic in China in particular, and also exploring best practices in greening of ports and shipping, particularly looking at alternative, cleaner energy sources for port equipment and operations in general, and for inland waterway vessels. So we will be presenting in the morning the results of our research, and in the afternoon we're planning to have more interactive discussions for you to participate and see what are the things that you're most interested in, what are the things that are most relevant to your countries, and how ADB can support you. Thank you. Reminding me to introduce myself. I'm Nicolas De Castelli, ADB transport specialist. I was in charge of this project, coordinating our team at ADB and consultants, and collaborating very closely with the Water Transport Bureau of the People's Republic of China that have been also instrumental in the implementation of this project. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Markus Rössner, Director for Transport Sector at ADB, responsible for railway, logistics, ports, aviation at ADB. And Markus, please welcome to the stage. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nico, and very good morning to everybody. Representatives from ministries of transport and shipping, from waterway authorities, port authorities, and also from ports and shipping operators. Would like to welcome you again on behalf of ADB's Transport Sector Group to this Asia-Pacific Transport Forum, and especially to today's session on green ports and shipping. As you're aware, looking forward to 2050, the global shipping industry has agreed on objectives to decarbonize the shipping sector to address climate change. I need my other glasses, sorry. It is therefore important that to transform the ports, maritime and inland shipping sectors towards cleaner, less polluting and zero-emission solutions. Decarbonizing of transport is a priority of ADB, and we are therefore supporting green ports and green shipping projects in our developing member countries as one of the priorities in our transport sector operations. This TA supports in close coordination with the People's Republic of China the research to promote the adoption of new energy solutions in ports and shipping. The People's Republic of China, with the world's largest volume in waterway freight transport and port throughput, as well as served by an extensive fleet of inland waterway vessels and on a network of inland waterways with connectivities to ports and ports on rivers and on the coastal connecting to coastal ports is one of the good examples for this inland waterway connectivity. In 2022, the People's Republic of China accounted for about half of global orders for shipbuilding and also half of the orders for green vessels in the shipping industry. Setting ambitious targets, the People's Republic of China aims to achieve peaking emissions, greenhouse gas emissions before 2030 and reach carbon neutrality by 2060. In this context, the Ministry of Transport of the People's Republic of China is actively promoting the development of green ports and shipping to reduce carbon emissions. Based on the international best practice and this experience gained in the People's Republic of China, the study we are presenting today covers clean energy applications in ports and alternative solutions for propelling vessels. This study is also available on ADB's websites as the ADB brief number 289. In this transport forum, we are eager to present the findings of the study and through interactive discussions find ways how the results could be adopted in other countries and used to help to develop green ports and green shipping initiatives. We therefore look very much forward on the discussions today on further collaboration in the shipping area on environmental friendly and low carbon ports and shipping. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very good and fruitful workshop today and enjoy the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus, for your opening remarks. My name is Richard van Lieren. I'm with the consultant team that carried out this technical assistance study. Let me briefly take you through the agenda of the workshop for the workshop of today. We've supported also ADB, Nicholas and his team, to prepare this workshop for you today. In this plenary session in the morning, we have, until the coffee break, 2 presentations. Adrian Simmons will basically set the scene for this technical assistance study, and I will present the study results. Then we have a coffee break. After the coffee break, we have Duncan McIntosh with a presentation on financing for maritime decarbonization. And I will then briefly discuss the afternoon sessions, introduce the afternoon sessions, which will be the breakout sessions. We have a breakout session on ports and a breakout session on inland waterway shipping, where we have a few presentations followed with, let's say, interactive discussions in groups. After the breakout session, we have sort of like a post-breakout session, discussion to discuss the main results of the the parallel sessions on ports and inland waterways with, let's say, within smaller groups, on regional level, with other experts in your delegation of your country economy. And then we have in the afternoons another coffee and tea break, followed with a wrap-up session of today. So let me give now the floor back to Nicholas to introduce the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus, for the opening remarks. Richard, for taking us through the program. And as Richard mentioned, the next speaker is Adrian Simons, ADV consultant for ports and shipping. Adrian has extensive experience in the sector, having occupied many diverse roles in the sector. So he knows the ins and outs of the sector. And if you want to see more details on his experience, please read his profile. I won't bore you now with that. Adrian, please.
Talofa lava, maloelele, Maori, ni hao, xin chao, bula, lookum you. So, yeah, thank you for the warm welcome. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it's been a long road, 2 years, in fact, and working alongside some of my expert colleagues and friends in this PRC, People's Republic of China, inland waterways, greening campaign initiative focused on inland waterways transport and ports. We started the journey approximately 2 years ago, and what I'm about to present is a quick synopsis, an overview of what was encompassed in this. My presentation will be 2 parts. One which will be to set the scene for the description, the detailed undertakings and the detailed findings, and some of the technical outputs which can be translated and used as examples and lessons and benchmarks for ports worldwide. One of the important considerations for transitioning in our new world away from the historic use of fossil fuels is that there's some baselines to understand, but one size doesn't fit all. Obviously, it would be inappropriate for the Port of New York to tell Nuku'alofa how to green. It wouldn't translate. So there is distribution and scaling that needs to be appropriate for the transition. Back to the core development initiative, and that was sponsored by Asian Development Bank and designed the framework and managed by Nestra, which colleagues sitting at the front table that are experts in this industry. The primary executing agency was Ministry of Transport in PRC through the Water Transport Institute, which is their expert government authority. This was the first TA, technical assistance, to undertake a study on clean energy applications in the transition, specifically for ports and shipping industry as it relates to inland waterways. Now, for audience sitting here thinking that inland waterways is specific to certain applications, if you consider that the scale of inland waterways in PRC is huge, but the types of vessels can be very similar to inter-island vessels that are operated domestically in island island transport and supply chains. Why do it? As we know, the transition is well and truly a campaign which is underway and maintained, supported, observed, and developed in a technical basis for implementation globally, as maritime transport is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. As we know, ships are still being built that are burning fossil fuels, heavy fuel oils. There's a degree of transitioning occurring, sponsored by private sector, but also sponsored by development agencies and those writing policies. So the solution is to reduce the energy use and greenhouse gas emissions. The target, as Mr. Rosner put a pin on the board, is 2050. It's ambitious, but you must be brave to put a timeline on these things, yeah? And that's a timeline that we're working towards. Port activities, and looking around the room at some of the businesses and port authorities, port corporations, and those managing the ports. You know, you operate in a regulatory environment, and it's a tricky business. You have your own customers, you have your commercial obligations, you have your compliance regimes, you have your own national laws and regulations, and these are changing. So you know, you have my support and empathy in your campaigns to adapt and transition, as well as create a commercial environment for the efficiency and productivity of freight and passenger movements. Intermodal transport. Sometimes ports are accused of a myopic view that nothing happens outside the port gate. So the fence line is where your responsibility starts and finishes. Unfortunately, that's not the case. As Port of Los Angeles found out about 25 years ago, the class action, legal action was taken against the Port of Los Angeles for pollution from trucks lining up to cart away containers from the terminal. Port of Los Angeles maintained it wasn't their problem. It was outside the port gate. They were found guilty of pollution as they had responsibility. They were the cause of the trucks lining up. US legal system is different, as we know, and but that's a primary study and a primary lesson, and port responsibilities, communities surrounding them, and the understanding of the transport links and what the port serves. So everything contributes to the emissions, including those activities which traffic that the port generates, which is not just ships and their own equipment. Okay, so this is not a slide, and thank you very much to the people at UNCTAD, friends there, and as you can see, we're predicting that this was taken quite recently, as at June 23. It demonstrates that there's still an increase in the emissions by the main vessel types. The different colours signify the different types of ships that are being operated, and as mentioned before, ships are still being built. The order book for building ships rolls forward about 15, 20 years. So money is being deposited in Korea and PRC and other shipbuilding countries in Finland and so on to build ships with their main propulsion system as heavy fuel. There's a very small proportion which are being built which is transitionary fuel, and also to use transitionary fuel such as methanol. And the good people at Maersk Line in Copenhagen have made steps to order methanol, which is still a gaseous substance, but it's a transitionary approach, right? So actually we're heading in the wrong direction. But obviously it's observed, and if you observe these things, then you recognise them and take the responsibility, you can correct it. The corrections need to be both private sector driven from those commercial entities as well as policy and legislatively driven. Now, this is a fantastic chart, and thank you to Oceans for Oceans Dialogue, the folk there to produce this. So the source of this is theirs. This was one of the best representations as to the environmental impacts of ports that I found in recent years. Presentations can be downloaded, and I'd suggest that those managers of ports maybe would like to have a look at this and recreate it for your own activities. But as mentioned before, there's not just the direct attributes and measurable outcomes of your emissions within the port zone, but also there's the social and community obligations and impacts that are being occurred within your neighbourhoods. Something which is quite important to understand. And not just emissions, but also noise and vibrations, air quality, dust, noise, light spill, and other environmental impacts directly attributed to the port. Obviously scaled and in accordance with the various activities, but for large ports, a lot of these things are measurable. Smaller ports, sometimes the tolerances being a lot smaller are magnified in your local communities. So one light shining onto a local community has a degree of impact above and beyond that in a social standing in maybe a major city. Okay, so impacts and outcomes of the study. Back to PRC, and the core objective of this, and colleagues at Nestra live and breathe this back in their homeland in the Netherlands. They are the scribes. They're the undertaking of this of delivering this project, and the detail be rolled out. But setting the scene for it, the technical study was to provide policy implementation guidelines. So many times we fall back as to what is the law, what is the driving influence behind how we conduct our business, what is the driving influence about the baselines that we should adhere to, the limitations of the activities that we operate within. It's policy driven. It's our laws which are translated from international obligations through IMO and other derivatives, as well as national laws which are derived for the benefit of the peoples of the host country. So this was one of the primary outcomes, which was design a policy. So it was a policy advisory for PRC as for the transition for inland waterways and greening of ports. So there was one of the fantastic things that we observed during the study was that PRC is not standing still. They're not just talking about it, they're actually making pilot programs and demonstrating that with new assets in ports and new assets for inland waterways, they're demonstrating the transitional activities can be achieved. And we were very grateful for our hosts in PRC to allow us on board electric-driven barges, electric-driven ferries, witness at ports, zero-emission port activities in ports that are handling above 2 million containers a year. Can you imagine? It was something to behold. The small picture is demonstrating container trucks which are driven purely by battery and recharged automatically as they lock on to reloading containers and discharging containers into the terminal yard. Richard and Sandra and Tees from Nestra will demonstrate some details of this later on. In a graphical view, the key outputs that derived from the study. And it's easy to put these things onto paper, but believe me, there's a lot of blood, sweat and tears, as they say. And I shared some of that as well. And so these two key outputs as policy guidelines, as previously mentioned, it was one of the primary, and knowledge on new energy applications through pilot programs, and which can be demonstrated and shared, and examples of which can be observed, and lessons learned, and the technical details which can be translated and transferred. What helped this? So the elements of both outputs was an assessment to be completed, comparing the greening of certain ports in PRC, recommendations for green hydrogen or other energy applications, what were the barriers or constraints of adapting and taking up various new campaigns and technologies, what needed to occur, and then defining a roadmap to identify the investment priorities that would be required, some of which are quite massive, and thinking about your own environments as to what your transitionary campaigns might be. Some of those investments for some smaller ports might be a different scale, so might be quite easily achievable in a short term. So output 2 is the knowledge, and disseminating that knowledge activity through and translating it into something which can be used for many and varied applications throughout ADB and ADB's clients, which is you. So the knowledge products will be published, and these will be in the form of downloadable publications that you'll be able to take away and study, and think about applications in your own host operations. And mentioned before, innovations in port operations and inland waterway shipping was something that we were thrilled to see firsthand. Project stakeholders, as mentioned, Ministry of Transport and their research institute, which was the CWTI, which is a fantastic organisation which is just focused on transport research, supporting various developments and initiatives, and also policy changes. And Wuhan University was the partner supporting Nestra and the team and ADB, and they hosted us at their School of Transportation and Logistics in Wuhan for a knowledge session and forum similar to this, and I can say that they're a very fine university and place of education, and easily to be found on the World Wide Web, and they're public, and they make available public documents to download. And Nestra, the global expert managing this project. Stakeholder meetings, some happy smiley faces, which belies the amount of hard work that was put into these programs and forums and conferences, and some of which were very large, and all of which were successful, of which today's is also. So I hope you can take some photos and take away some memories. The field work undertaken, 3 missions, as mentioned, workshops in Wuhan, hosted by Wuhan University. This provided overview of the greening practices, as well as shared knowledge from other commercial operators of shipping and commercial operators of ports in PRC. So it wasn't just academics talking. It was those people operating and commercializing the commercial undertakings and deriving a living from waterborne transport and operating ports. Study tours, including visiting Qingdao Green Hydrogen Energy Project and Huzhou Green Shipping Demonstration Zone. Richard and team will go into some detail about some of the findings of those missions. The Academic Symposium, Green Hydrogen and Energy Imports in Beijing, and of course, the most important one here today. Yes, so these are some pictures of one of the project field missions. The large picture on the right is a hydrogen fuel cell, which was powering a straddle carrier. This was in operation in the port and efficiently being used for loading and transferring containers, 20 foots and 40 foots. The main machinery that was operated in this terminal, which handles about 2.1 million containers a year, was operated by those low-loader container trucks, which were automatic, driverless, and coded in for where they would transfer containers to and from. And when they were uplifting a container, they automatically slotted into a charging facility that would charge them whilst they were waiting to discharge or load a container to or from the container yard. So it was a very quiet terminal operation, and zero emissions for 2.1 million containers a year. And it's a commercial operation. Another project mission demonstrated some hydrogen refueling. That was a pilot project for trucking. So some trucks were already demonstrating operating with hydrogen fuel, and this is the service station for the road vehicles. This was a thrill for me, being a mariner. Stepping on board electrified barge, so a 3,000-ton barge that can transfer bulk product over 200 kilometres from the coastal load point to an inland discharge point for the bulk commodity. This was a standard barge that had been refitted and with electrified operations and batteries, a bank of batteries, which can be switched out. So the batteries, once they're depleted, hatch lid lifts off, and they pull out the depleted batteries and load in recharge batteries for the continued operation. And the switch gear and propulsion system, and we very happily enjoyed seeing it in operation. But they wouldn't let me. They wouldn't let me take the helm. Maybe next time. The key project deliverables, number of reports, and Nestra has a particular style in writing reports, which I can only dream about having the ability to do, because it's very, very translatable and very usable terminology. And I'd encourage everybody to download these and have a look at them once they're made available through the Asian Development Bank. So report task 1, the overview of the practices, analysis on future developments, roadmaps to introduce greening technologies, using some of those baseline studies, the terminology and the applications, and the transferability of some of those learnings to your own environments, in your own ports, in your own commercial shipping activities, are very real. And task 2 is the knowledge products on the analysis of the influencing factors, or those constraints, the experience and the promotion of it, and the technology required, and policy recommendations, which was the final outcome, which is the policy brief. And as with anything, a lot of the time we follow a roadmap which is driven by the legislation and the regulations, and so this is very important. a document which aligns with PRC's ambition to reach peak carbon transmissions by 2030 and neutrality by 2060. That's they've declared, adding a decade onto the ambition of 2050. Another project field mission. You'll say, "Goodness, Adrian, what did you actually do any work?" But yes, we did, and one of these was a ferry, which is 100% electrified, with a significant range of 300 kilometres. And the picture on the right is the recharging unit. So basically a shore-based plug-in facility, which derives from renewable energies. And a very comfortable ferry with capacity of 320 passengers. Okay, so that was the scene setting for the project, and I'm watching my clock fastly run out. So I'll be as quick as I can, but how is green being defined at ports? Well, there's two things. So there's sustainability and then there's greening. And one focuses on the environmental performance and sustainability, and the other is a balance with the environmental challenges, right? And there's various benchmarks that are being adapted for that and concluded. And one of those is the EU, but also that ports are defined by how that they're delivering and monitoring their own practices, which is setting your own baselines and setting your own targets. So to be successful in any campaign, you need to establish what you're doing now and your baseline as to what your emissions are, which are measurable, and then at certain points in time, reevaluate those based on various campaigns that you're undertaking. So global shipping demand increases, port activity increases, emissions increase. As the previous slide demonstrated, that we're actually going in the wrong way. It's yet to slow down. So there's a challenge, but if you visualize that, then we can do something about it. Oops. Ah, yes. In shipping, being defined as sustainability and greening, again, it's two different things. So the one is driving the demand for fuel, and the other is measuring the emissions and designating what the targets are. So the World Sustainability Programme, we know that there's a base year and where we want to end up. The blue line is business as usual, and the green line is where we need to get to. So we consider that we're nearly halfway through 2024. There's a bit of catch up, and perhaps our colleagues and those policymakers need to adapt to this now and in the future, and supporting initiatives. And those supporting initiatives can only come from yourselves, supported by governments, as well as organisations such as ADB to help the pathway. Global shipping is responding, and mentioned our good friends at Maersk, which is very much a commercial entity. They're pretty much a first mover in deciding to transition to methanol as a primary propulsion fuel for mega container ships. Unfortunately, as we know, it's a transition, so there's still a step to go for zero emissions, but it's a target that they've adapted themselves. As with all good things, there's sometimes a trade-off, and the trade-off with methanol as an alternative transitionary fuel is the density of the fuel, which means that it takes up more space. on a ship, which therefore reduces its capacity to carry cargo, which then you could suggest translates to higher freight charges. But we'll let the good people at Maersk figure that one out. We'll leave that one alone. But they have ordered multiples of vessels, and since I wrote this, they've ordered another 12 methanol ships to be built. So quite a campaign. And actually last week, it was reported that they had made investments, they had purchased some methanol producing companies. So those organizations actually producing the methanol bunker fuel. So they're going to run the ships and own the bunker facilities and own the methanol producing capacities. So they're vertically integrating their transition. How global shipping is responding, global ports, this should be. So global ports is sponsored, supported by various organizations around the world. And there's one missing there, which is the PMTA. So the Pacific Ports and Maritime Transport Association, of which is hosting a conference in July in Nandi. And we have a representative from Fiji Ports Corporation here today who's hosting the event. So thank you very much for continuing the campaign. And I'm sure Doris will talk to you later on about their hosting of that event and the inclusion of greening campaigns. Evolving priorities for greening ports and shipping. This is from a study that ADB sponsored and engaged me to help with. And we demonstrated what were the changes in the priorities for ports. And as you can see, it's happened quite rapidly. That back in 2017, climate change wasn't that important. These rankings were based on the ports, what was driving the port's decisions. And you can see it rapidly got to first place in just a space of 4 years. And undoubtedly, it still is in first place now. So what are the priorities? And you can see them listed quite adequately there. But top place is climate change. Dilemma for the Port Authority. Well, it's driven by it has lots of pressures on it. And as we go around those bubbles, international regulations which transfer through to the national laws, international agreements, again, which can be transferred through to national regulations, provincial regulations as well as national laws, stakeholders with their own obligations for commercial activities or their own obligations for certain greening credentials, and the port city or the environment of the community around the port. But the port is the obvious break point for all of these and takes the pressure accordingly, and must be a stakeholder and must be a responder to all these groups as well. So it's a big task, and many ports are now appointing a champion for this, being in the risk management, and also somebody involved in managing the campaign for greening activities. Measuring for success, as mentioned before, that the first part of being successful in transitioning for lowering emissions and transferring through to a green port is to measure what your outputs are presently, and then using that as a benchmark and comparing against those, using core measurable and recognised fair measurable practices to evaluate all of these priority issues, which is listed there. So not just emissions, nitrous oxide and sulfur and carbon dioxide, but also noise and air quality, relationship with the local community, discharge of waste and soil contamination, water runoff, and light spill. Various organisations provide roadmaps for this, and some of which you're already members of within the local local regions, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Pacific environment. Again, the success for greening shipping. So it's the obviously the campaign for shipping is a little bit different to ports, but the first thing is to identify the impact on the environment. There is various obligations that shipping has to commit to, and some of which is penalised if they don't. And there's various international dictates that are then translated into local laws. One of the most obvious ones was the sulphur cap, with penalties that if you didn't switch to low sulphur fuel, the shipping line or the ship would be penalised with a surcharge or a fine. So the severity of the impact, the changing activities, and some of which is legally bound by obligations and a series of fines. So thank you, and thank you for listening. Thank you for participating. And the takeaway message is the development of port environmental management systems is very important to establish your baselines, and of which you're no doubt already doing. Institutional strengthening, environmental management strategy, and having a series of management that understands these things and can be the champions for it within your organisation, whether it be shipping or ports, technological opportunities, digitalisation, all these things to help and produce the successful outcomes. Infrastructure upgrades, superstructure upgrades, environmental monitoring, automatic systems that provide that, and support through regional associations, and of course with development agencies and host governments. And this is a photo I took about a decade ago, and I didn't realise the significance of it. But there it is, and those of which can recognise that country, and I won't mention it, but you know, the transition is upon us. And thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Adrian, for that introduction. Maybe we can take one question from the audience. Any pressing concerns or no questions? Okay, we will have more time later after the next presentation. I would like to introduce Richard. You've seen him on stage already. Richard has been one of the leading experts in this study, and he brings in a lot of experience in inland waterways. He brings us a little bit of the view of what is happening in Europe, but also a wide range of experience of how these advancements that are happening in Europe have been applied elsewhere throughout the world, such as countries in Africa, South America, and Asia as well. Richard, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Yeah, again, my name is Richard Verliere. I work for Nestra. I'm here together with my colleagues Sandra van Putten and Ties de Leijer. And we were, let's say, the lead consultant for this technical assistance work, which we conducted together with the Wuhan University of Technology. And we had the Water Transport Bureau in PRC, People's Republic of China, as the counterpart. Very brief introduction on Nestra. We are a consultancy firm that carries out research in the field of port transport and logistics. We focus on, let's say, port hinterland connectivity issues and challenges and strategies, looking into green ports, green inlet ports, and mostly green inland shipping and inland shipping development. well, the world basically is our office. We get to travel quite frequently to various countries in various parts of the world. As you can see, and this is not a full-fledged list of our activities worldwide, but a selection of our most recent projects, which also includes work in some of the DMCs, some of the countries that are member of the ADB. The content of my presentation today on the technical assistance work for PSC, very brief introduction of the study, and most have been shared already by the previous speaker, Adrian Simmons. Then I will focus on some guiding policies, roadmap development for new applications in the port sector in China, followed by new energy applications in the inland shipping sector in PRC. And I will end the presentation with some transferability of good practices, potential applications to other ADB developing member countries. In a statement delivered to the UN General Assembly in 2020, President Xi Jinping announced that PRC aims to achieve its peak carbon emissions before 2030 and reach carbon neutrality before 2060. When we look at the proportions of the energy consumption in the various sectors in the PRC and the industrial development, we see that coastal and inland ports, household, large industrial and manufacturing companies. And also between these coastal ports and inland ports, there is great transport movement. The combined share of industry, manufacturing and transport in the total energy mix is significant, almost 75%, which emphasizes both the need to apply renewable energy sources for energy production and supply of energy, and also the application of new energy technology in transport operations. And that was exactly the incentive for ADB to provide support to the PRC to develop a strategy for accelerated uptake of green solutions in the port and shipping sector. Adrian already announced the various objectives of this study and also the outputs. In summary, a roadmap was developed based on experience in China, focusing on application of hydrogen in Qingdao, and for the port sector, application in the port sector, and also in its inland shipping sector, experience on application of electric inland barges were followed through the Huzhou demonstration zone. This was complemented with international practices, mostly from Europe, on both technical options and policy incentives to decarbonize transport services and port activities. The capacity component, building component, several workshops, exchanges within government bodies, let's say from the Ministry of Transport, Water Transport Bureau, to reach also the provincial bodies involved in port and inland waterway transport planning, and international exchange to share the experiences from China with other countries. Mostly because what we see, at least in our work in Europe, is that most of the information, the examples from China are not always readily available because they're mainly produced reports in the Chinese language. So these kinds of technical assistance projects are really important to also share experience from China with other countries worldwide. As mentioned, the focus was initially on the inland shipping sector, but also applications, excuse me, in and for coastal and inland ports. Since 2000, the port industry in PRC has experienced a tremendous growth, with 16 out of 20 largest ports located in China nowadays. In terms of energy consumption, in the PRC port sector, like in other countries, they have traditionally relied on fossil fuels to meet energy demand. PRC's economic growth and trade with the reliance on fossil fuels has led to significant environmental challenges also, including air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. By initiating a world-class port development policy, PRC has the objective to create a breakthrough in green, intelligent, and safe development of its major ports. In summary, the journey towards integrating green technology into PRC ports is basically characterized by a mosaic of various energy sources that are considered, each with its own advantages, disadvantages, benefits, and challenges. Especially the large-scale investments on both land and sea in solar power and wind-generated electricity already provide nowadays a competitive alternative to electricity generated by thermal power plants, as you can see also on this slide. By integrating these renewable energy sources and energy technologies for these renewables, the renewable energy sources, both onshore, nearshore, and offshore, ports can actively contribute to a more sustainable future, addressing their own operations, but also in the port hinterland for other sectors that use energy. The energy consumption by ports is mainly concentrated around the use of industrial production, but also use of port equipment and also vessel berths. For some of the, let's say, terminals and terminal activities, type of terminals, a conversion to, let's say, full electric application, full electric power based on renewable energy sources is already possible, as demonstrated at the zero carbon terminal in Tianjin port. In Qingdao, hydrogen-based technology is tested. For instance, by hydrogen gas technology for trucks operating in the port area, but also hydrogen fuel cell technology for rail-mounted stacking cranes, as also indicated on this slide. Then to look at some challenges in the upscaling of new energy applications in PRC ports, which really comes down to energy demand versus supply. Some industries in the port also require other energy sources than electricity for production purposes. Heat, natural gas, hydrogen is mentioned here. Therefore, there's also an added value to focus on creating a productive neighborhood to, let's say, within the port domain to exchange energy sources and conserve energy. This obviously requires the necessary investments in terms of infrastructure. Also, ports have to adapt to future energy technologies applied in seagoing and inland vessels, as also was explained by the previous speaker, Adrian. Looking at the uptake of alternative fuels, the uptake is going relatively slow, as also seen on this Maritime Forecast 2050, produced by the experts of DNV together with IHS market data. A variety of technologies is considered, piloted and applied, depending basically on the operational profile of the vessels. But also the use of shore power facilities has proven to be financially viable alternative to diesel-generated power on board, with all kinds of environmental benefits to reduce air pollutant emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, and also noise emissions. However, within the PRC, still a lot of vessels use diesel power generators when they are at berth in a port area, because these are older vessels and not capable of using the shore power facilities yet. Looking at the roadmap for new energy application in ports, the study brings forward suggests a three-step carbon reduction plan for the PRC to consider, focusing initially on energy conservation and reuse of energy, and moving towards, on the long term, zero carbon goals by means of automation, use of digital platforms to analyze energy demand, and also electrification of port equipment and handling equipment via both application of battery electric technology and also hydrogen technology. When we look at all pathways, they basically converge to the development of smart port microgrids. And what do we mean with smart port microgrids? It's basically small-scale, localized energy networks where the primary energy is supplied mainly through renewable energy sources like wind, solar, and tidal waves, which can be generated in and near the port. This can be a closed independent network for the port itself to provide energy to the port itself, but also a hybrid network where this microgrid is connected with the main electricity grid. Economically, this can lead to all kinds of cost savings for both energy suppliers, but also for consumers through the efficient distribution of locally generated energy, which also limits, obviously, the energy losses during transport. Now continuing with inland waterways and the inland waterways sector. Here also, the inland waterway transport market in PRC is the largest, is the leading sector worldwide. Say about 25 years ago, it started with a strategic plan to develop the 2-1-2-18 network, the two river deltas in the Yangtze and the Pearl River Delta. One vertical, the Grand Canal, the two main waterways, the Pearl River, the Yangtze River, and 18 high-grade waterways, tributaries of both the Pearl River and the Yangtze River, which formed basically a blueprint, a roadmap for the development of inland waterway transport in China, facilitating all kinds of industrial development upstream, on the riverbanks, in cities, in the PRC. This plan and the classification of the waterways was a first step, an important first step to develop this inland waterway transport network, followed by synchronizing both the fleet and the ports based on the capacity. As I mentioned, the sector is the largest inland waterway transport sector worldwide, with transporting more than 4 billion tons of cargo on the waterway network, 39 million passengers. It has close to 110,000 inland vessels of various sizes. And what is very important related to the classification is that barge standardization projects were launched to enable a modern fleet being implemented to navigate these waterways. When we look at the new energy applications in inland shipping in China, also compared to other regions worldwide, mainly US and Europe, we see that China follows more of, let's say, you have the carrot and the stick, carrot being incentives, stick being enforcement, introduction of emission standards to be enforced in the sector, and to guide new energy applications, new engines also introduced to the sector. We see that PRC follows more of a carrot approach by testing new energy applications and then providing market incentives, stimulate uptake of these new technologies. Whereas also in other parts, let's say in Europe, stronger emission standards related to air pollutants mostly, but also now with the carbon trading system and related policies for greenhouse gases. Emission standards are introduced to also convince and stimulate engine manufacturers to introduce new energy applications, new engines that comply with these emission standards. Pilot projects, research and development has led in China to a faster uptake of, let's say, LNG powered vessels as a transition fuel, but also already more than 80, I think by now more than 100 inland all-electric vessels have been introduced as a size at least of 20 meters and longer. 20 of those, and probably more by now, have a deadweight capacity of more than 3,000 tons. When we look at the inland waterway transport greening strategy that is considered, say on the right-hand side of this graph, we see new logistics concepts, new cargo flows to realize modal shift, new vessel concepts, basically introduced to make use of the merits of inland shipping, being a clean, very energy efficient mode to transport cargo and passengers from A to B. And basically on the basis of corridor management, information sharing on waterways that enable slow steaming, more efficient use of these assets can be introduced, further conserving energy, saving fuel, reducing carbon emissions. The focus of this study, however, is on, let's say, the green part of this slide, with the use of and R&D for introduction of alternative fuels, transition fuels like LNG, CNG, biofuels, methanol, ethanol, hydrogen, but also, let's say, zero-emission technology, green hydrogen, green methanol, green ethanol. Biofuels may be considered based on carbon neutrality if produced from various crops. Well, we have air pollutant emissions for diesel after treatment, for instance, after treatment systems. But also very important is that by means of optimization of the vessel itself, the hull, we can conserve a lot of energy. This is basically the starting point when you design a new vessel, to invest also in CFD analysis to optimize the shape of the vessel, to lower the resistance in the water, to conserve a lot of energy, which also means that you have to utilize less power, which saves energy again, and is also basically money in your pocket with fuel savings. When looking at the implications of alternative fuels, basically this is the challenge. Adrian gave an example about methanol, which is basically the next best thing to diesel. But you see here all the alternatives, all the alternative fuels considered besides, well, to replace diesel fuel, well, the combined volume factor and the packaging factor on the ship. You see that the volume needed for methanol to transport basically the same distance, you require more than 2 times the space on the vessel when you compare it to diesel fuel. And for the other alternatives, this volume space factor is even more, which means that these solutions can still be relevant, but you have to consider the operational profile of the vessel and various market segments. For instance, if you do river crossings, battery electric is already a good solution, already has a business case. But if you travel longer distances, let's say upstream the Yangtze River, then you might go for LNG now as a transition fuel for further research and development in the next few years to come up with other alternatives to transport longer distances. If we look at, let's say, the whole type of solutions considered now in China, which is similar to other parts in the world, if we look at, let's say, the European inland waterway transport and shipping sector, we have applications of LNG vessels, we have methanol vessels that are tested and introduced, hydrogen fuel cell or hydrogen fuel vessels, ammonia even, and also battery electric ships. I introduced, let's say, roughly 100 vessels, larger than 20 meters if we include also, let's say, the smaller passenger vessels, the day trip vessels, the tourist boats, let's say roughly around 300 vessels now already operating in China. We see electrification of passenger vessels, electrification of tugboats, the LNG bunkering infrastructure is developed with coverage across the whole network in China. And a very interesting concept that has been built by COSCO is the largest, let's say, inland waterway transport vessel, container vessel, with a capacity of 700 TEU, which basically has a similar capacity of many coastal vessels operating along the coast in China, in Asia, in Europe, all around the world. With a capacity of 36 loading bays for swappable containers, each with a capacity of 1.6 megawatt hour, leading to a total capacity of, let's say, 57 megawatt hour. Traveling upstream the Yangtze over a distance of 1,100 kilometers, let's say, towards Yichang. Going upstream, these batteries have to be replaced twice. So you need infrastructure, imports to swap these containers twice, traveling upstream. Going downstream, these containers are replaced once. Very interesting concept. Similar concepts with swappable containers are seen and introduced and expanded also on the inland waterway transport network in the Netherlands and surrounding countries of the Netherlands. In terms of research and developments, application of alternative fuels brings all kinds of challenges in terms of safety, technical requirements that have to be introduced and controlled, monitored by certification societies, classification societies. So technical guidelines, operational procedures have been developed or are under development for all these alternative energies, but also the application of digital tools to track and carry out, have sensors on board for safety reasons, to collect data, but also to support inspection of battery-powered ships, for instance, look at temperature control and so on, and provide alarms where needed. Digitalization is, and digital tools can also really support greening. They're a powerful tool for greening. This is an example of a project in the Netherlands where also we have contributed to. And we have, let's say, monitored 19 vessels with sensor boxes, and all equipment on board was, data was collected. Also of the energy propulsion system, navigational support systems, but mostly also to look into the carbon footprint of the vessel under all kinds of varying circumstances, waterway levels, wind, current. So we track these vessels, monitor the vessels all day, 24/7 for a whole year. For this particular case, a quite large container vessels, well, looking at least from European perspective, was quite interesting. We see that this vessel was installed with an engine of, let's say, roughly 1,000 kilowatt. But what we saw during this year, that looking at this data for a whole year, that only half of the engine power, let's say 500 kilowatt, was used as a maximum, which means that if you consider energy losses as a result of this over-dimensioning of the engines, you could save a lot of diesel fuel if the same vessel was equipped with a smaller engine, tailored to the operational profile, to the power demand. Saves a lot of CO2 emissions, 177 tons, and also fuel costs, more than half, let's say 50,000 euros, let's say $60,000. That's money in the pocket of the operator, also maybe the cargo owner or the shipper that pays for the fuel, but also can support transitioning to newer fuels, support the business case to afford maybe more expensive alternatives. So also when you're considering alternative fuels, know that these digital tools can support you in gathering data to help with the transition to new alternatives. When we look at new energy applications again in the shipping in the PRC, this is an example of an all-electric, full electric inland barge, Dongxing 100, operating on the Grand Canal between roughly Shanghai and Huzhou. And the reason for this slide is, well, this is one of the 100 electric barges. It's very interesting. It's operating on a canal, no current, so, well, charging is relatively fast. And with the fixed battery that is installed of this vessel, due to this low current, as opposed to the high and strong varying currents on the Yangtze, it actually has a long range, 300 kilometers. But the reason also for this slide is that also the source of the energy, of the electric power, is important. It does matter from a greenhouse gas emission perspective, from a climate change perspective. On top, you see the comparison, comparing, well, the savings in terms of carbon emissions compared to gas, oil, to diesel, when electricity is generated through thermal power, it actually is more pollutive from a well-to-wake perspective. When electricity is generated through natural gas, used as a source to power this vessel, then you have some savings, and obviously if you use it on the basis of renewable energy, there's still zero emission. So the source of the energy, of the electric power does matter. When we look at the roadmap for new energy applications in shipping, and we look at some challenges in the sector, we see that the vessels in China are relatively young. Also, if you compare it to Europe, to US, the vessel have an average age of about 15 to 20 years, which is quite long because these vessels, they can run for 30, 40 years if needed. In itself, it's sustainable, but if it's equipped with fossil-based technology, then it's not considered sustainable anymore nowadays. But there's a challenge, obviously, with the capital investments in these vessels to transition these vessels to newer technologies. And it comes with associated investment costs. So in terms of short-term goals, interventions, we see that China, PRC is still following and implementing LNG as a transition fuel in inland shipping to reach its climate change goals. We also recommended that on the basis of availability of cleaner diesel fuels also in other parts of the world, a step can be made to introduce cleaner diesel fuels, engines with after-treatment systems in the roadmap to zero emission, especially for the vessels that travel longer distances and need and have a higher power and energy demand. And through the introduction of digital tools and river information services, information sharing on the ETA of certain vessels, on operating windows of locks, you can conserve more energy, which also leads to energy saving and carbon emission saving. Then on the longer term, for certain markets, let's say river crossings, for ferries, already the transition can be made to, let's say, full electric technology. And further incentives, R&D is needed to look into alternatives, methanol, hydrogen, green hydrogen application, green methanol application in the combination with fuel cells to extend the range of these technologies. What can we learn? What opportunities are there based on this technical assistance project? China has quite a strong shipbuilding sector. And although I say, well, a number of these countries surrounding China are, well, also in competition in terms of well, building, constructing new vessels. But based on, let's say, the R&D capacity and also the fast developments in terms of battery development, of hydrogen fuel cell and the cost of fuel cells, I think that intensifying the maritime relations with China, and that is a suggestion and recommendation for the whole world, basically, we can benefit from all kinds of technology that is produced here. Then we also have some recommendations, obviously. Energy conservation was mentioned. Hull optimization can be done to conserve energy, onboard monitoring. And it's very important that you look into the operational profile of the vessel to see what is your power needs, what is your engine needs, to transition to newer fuels. Supply chain thinking, especially looking at ports. They consume a lot of energy, but they're also closely located to generation of renewable energy sources. And both ports and also the shipping industry, shipping supply chain, inland shipping supply chain can provide, be a means to also bring renewable energy sources to the hinterland. To power industrial manufacturing industries further upstream, but also for other sectors. As an example, to benefit from skill advantages in PRC, a couple of years ago, the cost of a fuel cell per kilowatt installed was roughly $2,000. Nowadays, we are at $500 US per kilowatt. See how fast this development goes, and if you're upscaling this research development and capacity, then obviously the whole world can benefit. Important, as a last slide, PRC has good practices, but it's not necessarily a blueprint to follow for other countries. I think that's important. I think PRC has been supported in its development by a tremendous economic growth, enabling the country to invest in R&D capacity and production capacities, but also enabling to transition to other technologies, testing new technologies, whereas other countries do not have the luxury to invest in this kind of infrastructure and basically have to invest in no regret solutions straight on. So that's also a reason why perhaps they are waiting for silver bullet technology to come forward for their operations, where it's in the port, where it's in terms of shipping. Standardization, as applied in China, is a way to reduce costs and can also be beneficial for other countries. A few recommendations. As mentioned, the port microgrid is a very interesting concept to supply renewable energies to industries in the port, but also to vessels and to port equipment, and can be connected also to the main grid. So a surplus of energy that is generated in and near the port can also be supplied to the main grid to be used. When looking into preferential policies for clean port and shipping operations, it's important to study them, to introduce them. There are various solutions worldwide and policies considered, from priority berthing, from port perspective, what ports can do, also providing for a certain time onshore port of power supply to vessels for free. Introduce a green port and shipping award system with also preferential or beneficial policies from a public perspective, carbon pricing, emission trading, and also from the perspective of industrial development, corporate sustainable reporting, including transport port operations, are considered as part also of carbon emission trading systems. Technical, economical viability for the business case, for the application of new energy technologies is key to accelerate the uptake, of course. Looking at international financing institutes like Asian Development Bank, they could support to de-risk these commercial investments in new energy technology. In some countries, the sector itself, port sector, inland shipping sector, is considered as a high-risk sector to invest in, leading to, let's say, short return of loans, period of 5 to 10 years, while these vessels, for instance, can last for 20, 30, 40 years, leading also to high interest rates and high operational costs, adding to the capital investments needed. Also, the vessel itself, assets are not everywhere considered as a collateral for the investment, also again leading to unfavorable financial tools to support these kinds of developments. When you introduce a financial guarantee system, for instance, by means of a green port or green inland shipping, green shipping development fund, you could de-risk commercial financial institutes to support investments in the sector. Just as a recommendation, last recommendation here. Thank you for your attention. I've exceeded the time by 5 minutes, I see, reducing a bit of the time of the coffee break. Apologies for that. Maybe some questions now. I know that after the coffee break, we have 2 presentations, but we won't use the full time, so we can also plan some discussion then, based on this presentation and previous presentations. But let me give the floor back now to Nicholas to guide the discussion.
Thank you very much, Richard, for a very good presentation. I'm sure you'll want to have coffee. So since we will have plenty of time to discuss in the afternoon mainly, and we may have some time for some questions after the coffee break. So let's go enjoy coffee, and then please be prepared, re-energized for good discussions in the afternoon. Thank you.
Oh, you should be in the what? In the middle? The transport forum general. So it's part of the layover analysis.
I wasn't the team leader, but I was one of the team leaders back home in the Netherlands. Couldn't travel. When? Yeah. Yeah. Last week they inaugurated a hydrogen fuel cell passenger vessel, Kochi. Yeah. We had the joint secretary of Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways in the Netherlands. Yeah, Lakshmana. Lakshmana? Yeah, yeah. He was in a delegation supported by the World Bank together with the chairman of the Inland Waterway Authority and also the PC. They came. Yeah. No, we traveled there, but we actually, yeah. We worked there. We had projects there for USAID, and we have also we working there for USAID, also on a green development roadmap for inland waterways. We're focusing on free vessel designs. That's what we're doing now, funded by USAID. World Bank, we do some work for in terms of inland waterways, regional connectivity. We are in the region actually in late July. We're going on a USAID mission to Bangladesh and then to Kolkata and maybe also Delhi. Yeah, they are very keen on hydrogen. Definitely able to do it online. It's physical and there's nothing to see if I can manage to. Right, looking forward also to your presentation on hydrogen. Very important. Yeah, no worries. Repetition is good.
Wait lang ma'am ha. Check this. Hey, 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 hey. Check this. Hey. check.
The interesting thing is, if you look at, for instance, in India and also in Bangladesh, the issue is not the money, the issue is the guarantee. So the vessel is not like in Europe, the vessel is taken as a collateral and not there. So they're facing interest rates of 50%, payback
Check
time of
this
5
here.
years, which leads to ridiculous high operational costs for all kinds of new vessels, not even new energy technology. Just the vessel itself, also on the basis of fossil fuels. No, same with World Bank. Yeah. And that's guaranteed on the financial.
Hey,
Indeed. And it's probably one that won't cost you a lot of money. It's a guarantee. Would be a great opportunity.
Hello. Looks like we're all back here, ready to continue. I hope you enjoy the coffee. Are you re-energized? May I have some hands up to see the level of energy of the room? Not much energy here. Okay, who's here? Who's here? Are you all here? Okay, good. Let's continue. Well, we have, I think, very good presentations earlier from Adrian and Richard. I hope the information was not overwhelming. But yeah, there will be plenty of opportunities, as I said earlier, to discuss, to ask more questions, and to see specifically if what was presented is applicable to your own context, or if we need to think about something else. Now we're going to shift the attention to the financing part of it. ADB is also trying to work on the financing aspects for greening ports and shipping. What are the right financing instruments, and also making financing available. And for that, I would like to introduce Duncan McIntosh. He's our maritime specialist, and he has been working on the development of a financing platform to support your needs. Duncan, please, welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Nico. Thanks, everyone, for allowing me to present today. And forgive me if I may repeat some of what my great colleagues already told us about why we're all here and why this is so important. Some facts that may be preaching to the choir a little bit, but I usually start with this for the general audience. And I'm sure we're all familiar. 90% of global trade by volume is carried by sea, over 70% by value. And this is for a really good reason. We're all maritime people in here, and so our mode, seaborne cargo transport, it's far and away the most efficient mode to transport 1 ton of cargo 1 mile. So that makes it 10 times more efficient than a truck and 50 times more efficient than air cargo transport. So we're in the right space. It's also important to note for ADB's perspective that 60% of all of that maritime cargo is loaded and unloaded in developing country ports. For Asian Development Bank, it's also of particular note that Asia loads and unloads more cargo than any other region. Over 60% in 2018 of all of the maritime cargo was unloaded in Asian ports. Although it's far and away the most efficient mode to move cargo around the world, it's still very dirty, as we've heard Adrian point out, burning heavy fuel oil. So about 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions is coming from our sector. If it were a country, that would put it about 6th place in between Germany and Japan. So quite a large country, if it were, yet it's completely left out of the Paris Agreement. No mention of international shipping in the Paris Agreement. So looking at where we're at, I think Adrian showed the slide showed the graph that's in the bottom right corner of my slide that shows shipping emissions are headed in the wrong direction. So over the past decade, they've had approximately a 20% increase. We also saw this slide a little bit earlier, so I don't need to dwell on it, but the blue line, as Adrian pointed out, is business as usual. Emissions continue to increase. The IMO, which we're all familiar with, is the UN body that's tasked with regulating international shipping, made a milestone revision to the greenhouse gas strategy last year. So moving that timeline, that target for net zero, up from 2100 to 2050, much more in line with the Paris Agreement. So as Adrian pointed out, we have these indicative checkpoints at 2030 and 2040 for 20% and 70% reduction, respectively. But 2030 is just around the corner. I think we can blink and be there. So urgent investment is clearly needed yesterday. The financing challenges to get there are large. It's estimated almost $2 trillion will be needed to reach that target of net zero by 2050. And interestingly, 87% of that investment will be needed in the land-based infrastructure, and a large proportion of that will be the fuel production and storage facilities. This represents an upfront expense and a new type of investment. So it's not always readily supported by traditional maritime financing instruments. Therefore, we need to accelerate pathways for zero carbon bunker fuels, not only to enable industry to make confident long-term investments, but also to enable our DMCs to adapt port infrastructure to climate change and make it more resilient. With these challenges also come some great opportunities. And so as a bank, we're interested in investing in these opportunities. For one, future fuels, whether it be methanol, ammonia, hydrogen, they are at a minimum 2.5 times less energy dense than fossil fuels. This means that ships will require more frequent bunkering. This opens a door for potentially new bunkering hubs to spring up where they don't currently exist. So could new bunkering hubs actually be developed in our DMCs? If so, this could yield large economic benefits. Port infrastructure is clearly going to be key to decarbonizing the maritime industry. As we pointed out, 87% of that $2 trillion is going to be invested on the land side. So as we invest in this new type of green infrastructure, we also want to make our ports more resilient. And we have studies that show you get about a 4-to-1 return on investment in resilient infrastructure in developing countries. There's also the opportunity here for us to fast track electrification of port operations and provide shore power access. Under this, I would also include digitization that we heard Richard describe, also leads to greenhouse gas emission savings. And this type of electrification and digitization can be done today. The technology is already here. So it can be done prior to committing the capital that's necessary to develop additional renewable energy capacity. So don't let that stop us from investing in the electrification. Today, the renewable energy capacity can follow. Also very important to point out that all of that cargo that's transported by sea, 40% of it is energy related. So ports and shipping are already at the nexus of energy, and therefore they will be at the nexus of the energy transition. So decarbonization will depend on the development of electrofuels at or near ports. We've heard description of ports can become hydrogen hubs, for example, not only fueling the port activities, the harbor craft, potentially bunkering large ships, but they can also supply hinterland activities. They can even become hubs of export. And ports, therefore, can become first movers in this decarbonization effort through, for example, green corridors. At ADB, as I'll mention, we're interested in the financing, but we're also interested in taking a programmatic approach to expanding into what for the bank is an emerging area. So traditionally in the transport sector of ADB, we focused more on landside infrastructure investments, roads, bridges, etc. But we have undergone a new operating model as of last year that comes with some really ambitious commitments on the climate finance side. So we are seriously looking at areas where we can expand into climate finance, but we can also take a programmatic approach. So with a maritime decarbonization initiative, some of the things we can do to achieve this include ensuring a just transition with financial and technical support to vulnerable shipping-reliant DMCs, especially small island developing states, and those that are most affected by increased costs that will come along with the energy transition and the increased shipping costs that will come along with switching to more expensive fuels. We can fast track the implementation of electrification and smart digital solutions at DMC ports for improved efficiency and the greenhouse gas emission reductions that come along with that. We can promote what we call RCI, or regional cooperation and integration, for the harmonization of regional green shipping policies that give attention to the needs of vulnerable DMCs. And this can enable a level playing field and minimize uncertainty for the industry. We saw a great example of how we can do this with the PRC project that's producing green port standards and policies that can be used as an example for other DMCs. We can also support the development of green corridors, those designated routes for sustainable vessels that include our developing member countries. We can build partnerships with the private sector and industry stakeholders to foster knowledge sharing and collaboration. We can enable DMCs to decarbonize domestic fleets, such as hovercraft, fishing fleets, inter-island ferries, inland waterway vessels. And we also must not forget the workforce training needs. The workforce will need to be adequately trained in the use of all of these new fuels and the related shipboard systems. And finally, on the financing side, we can help address that financing gap. One way we may do that is by the establishment of a new fund at ADB. This is still under development, but it's something that we're looking at that could tentatively be something like a Green Ports and Maritime Decarbonization Fund. So at ADB, we have a few channels through which our member countries can access financing. And the concessional resources are obviously not enough to go around. So we have a mechanism for how our countries access and how those are allocated. And we determine the eligibility of developing member countries to borrow from several different strands of financing, either from OCR, that's ordinary capital resources, and this would be at near market terms, or at concessional OCR loans, which is at concessional terms. Or finally, countries can access grants from our largest fund, the Asian Development Fund, which we're very pleased was just replenished at our annual meeting, or from a number of other special funds and trust funds that the bank administers. And I've highlighted this because I'll talk a bit about one that we're potentially looking at that could serve our sector. So developing member countries are first classified based on their gross national income per capita and their creditworthiness in accordance with ADB's classification and graduation policy. And this classification divides countries into three main categories, A, B, and C. So our group A countries, they are able to access grants, and at the bottom of that category, they are grant-only countries. So we can only grant to these countries. In the middle, we have countries that can access a blend of grants and loans, the group B, and then we have, as countries graduate along that GNI profile, group C countries that do not have access to our grants, but can only receive loans, and as they graduate out of concessional loans and into OCR loans. So as I mentioned, we're looking at the potential of a new type of fund at the bank that could be tailored to green ports and maritime decarbonization investments. And speaking to my Nestor colleagues, some of the justification for why this may be needed is the fact that these are truly different types of investments, and in some cases, traditional loans are difficult to use here, and we need to be a little bit more creative in our lending and include other financing modalities like guarantees. So last year, ADB commissioned a study to assess the financing landscape for green port and maritime decarbonization investments in our DMCs. We looked at what's out there, and on the right-hand side of the slide, you can see a long list. There are a range of existing funding and financing initiatives in the Asia-Pacific region that overlap with what we aim to do, climate finance, blue ocean finance, and the like, but none focus on green ports and maritime decarbonization. So none truly understand the challenges that us in the room here understand when it comes to ports and shipping. So ADB, or a fund of this nature, could potentially be the pioneer in this space. Some of the background that got us here involved a great deal of stakeholder engagement. As you see with a lot of our projects, we've seen from the earlier presentations, we always go through a stakeholder engagement process. And in this case, we did digital surveys across 24 different ports, virtual interviews, site visits, and we also spoke to over a dozen of those other financing initiatives. And what we learned was, one, the financing gap is estimated to be at least $10 billion in just ADB's DMCs over the next 5 years. But when we spoke to port stakeholders, they overwhelmingly told us the main barriers for implementing green port projects is the lack of availability of funding and financing. So we started to develop the idea of how to address that gap. And last year in July, we held a regional workshop in Shanghai, and I believe some in the room may have attended that workshop. We brought together our DMC port stakeholders and some experts in port greening and maritime decarbonization and shared knowledge. Then at the end of last year, we finalized the business case for this type of green ports and maritime decarbonization fund. That fund is still undergoing internal review at the bank, so it cannot be considered a done deal yet. But we held another regional workshop this March in Singapore, where again we brought together our DMC port stakeholders and experts, and we shared knowledge. And this week here at the Transport Forum can be considered the next step along the way, a soft launch, if you will. And in my conversations with Director General Ramesh of the sectors group here at ADB, we are very much interested in ADB considering maritime decarbonization a flagship initiative at the bank. So that's why my talk is focused not only on the financing and the fund, but the fund is just considered one part of a larger initiative where we would really like to increase our operations in this space. And we aim now to make a target of COP29 this November in Azerbaijan, where we hope to make a more formal announcement along these lines. So watch this space. Hopefully we will have something to announce with some partners along the way who have shown interest in forming a coalition with ADB, that we can announce something at COP29. So back to the fund. While it's still a work in progress, we have tried to make the case that this is something different than the Asian Development Fund, and it will tackle the needs of our port sector and our maritime sector in a different way. So while this fund should be able to provide both sovereign and non-sovereign financial support, we expect it would focus more on the non-sovereign. So it would be more of a supplement to a country's ordinary capital resources pipeline that the country programming applies to ADB for. So this would fulfill those, this would address those unfulfilled needs in the port sector. And as I mentioned, it could be modality agnostic when it comes to financial modalities. So not only loans and grants, the grants to support those TAs, that's what the ADF can do, but also equity or even guarantees, a little bit more creative to solve some of the difficult challenges that ports face with the complicated ownership structures with PPPs that may be necessary. And the types of projects that a fund like this could support would include everything from upstream, midstream, and downstream. And at the upstream intervention level, this would be governance type interventions of the policy support type that we mentioned, and whether developing a national level green port policy or supporting terminal level strategies. This could be our upstream work. It's estimated, because a lot of this work is still in early stages, the bulk of the work to do right now is probably in that upstream area. And by midstream, we're talking about the feasibility studies, the TAs, whether we're looking at energy efficiency, clean energy, fuels, climate resilience. This would be doing the technical assistance work. And then finally, at the downstream level, we're doing large-scale investments and we're putting infrastructure on the ground. So whether we're investing on the port in energy efficiency, doing some of the things we heard about in the PRC project, but translating that at scale to our DMCs, or I think what is very exciting is the idea of supporting alternative fuel bunkering at our DMCs, whereby we can get DMCs into the game of green corridors. So all of this is very exciting, and I look forward to seeing where it goes. Thank you, everyone, for your attention, and I'll pass the floor back over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Duncan. Very good presentation. I think the message is clear. There's things that we can do now, things that maybe need to wait, and there's other things for which we just need to figure out what's the best way to finance them or where to get the resources from. We have some time for questions, so please, this is the time. You can raise questions to any of the speakers now, Duncan, Adrian, or Richard. So are there any questions? Sorry, Glo. They're welcome to come up stage if they like, of course, but we can be less formal. There's no need. Let's keep it informal. But please, there's a microphone up there. We have more microphones. We will be happy to take a few questions.
I'm going to break the ice here. So my name is Susan Lim. I'm a principal portfolio management specialist based in Vietnam. I think, first of all, I want to thank all the speakers this morning. I think it's a very interesting and informative session, so thank you. So my question is, this morning, I think what I have in mind is how the China case can apply to many of our DMCs, right? And inland waterway is always a challenge, and I think China probably is the only one country that has such an extensive network. So the question is, how can we apply that to our countries and here in the room today? Maybe it's not a question, more like, I'm looking forward to the afternoon sessions. And I think it's very exciting as well for ADB that we have all these financing modalities and also to assist in the possibility of the green ports and maritime transport. I think that's very exciting. So it's not a question, I guess at the end it's a statement. It's not, there's no question mark at the end.
No question.
But I just want to break the ice here, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Susan.
Maybe a quick response anyway, regardless whether this is a question or not. Yes, indeed. Like I mentioned, PRC China has the largest the waterway transport sector worldwide. And basically through the classification of the network and then later on also adapting the vessels to this network, they have tremendously grown. Obviously also because there's a big demand for, let's say, low cost transport facilitated through the waterways. What they have done very well is to standardize the fleet. And the standardization led to, along with the production capacity, obviously led to low cost in terms of adopting new vessels and also new technology. This is a key lesson to be learned, I would say, but could also, let's say, benefit other countries. Also, their R&D capacity is strong. They've invested greatly in this. And in terms of R&D, I would say that both, let's say, Europe and China are, let's say, now following the same type of roadmap, the same type of technologies. However, in comparison to Europe, China has the opportunity to produce these kinds of technology at a lower cost. That's why also in Europe we import quite some technology from China to be outfitted on the vessels in Europe on our inland waterway transport system. This could also be beneficial for other countries, indeed.
Thank you, Richard. Any other questions? There must be some questions.
Good morning. First, I would like to thank all the Interesting, very interesting presentation. I'm Maria Cleophas Maceda. I'm from Young Moon, Philippines. We are all engineers in this NGO. I am very interested to know on the People's Republic of China, the presentation. How did the Republic of China, People's Republic of China, has overcome all those challenges? For example, the regulatory, the shift to the engine in order to use that renewable, that green energy fuels. And also, my next question, those green fuels can be used for long travel in the Pacific Ocean, for example, because if you are going to use hydrogen fuel, you need to use a big container to stock that fuel.
Thank you for your question. Shall I take
And it entails cost.
Yeah, sure.
Is there any representative from the PRC that would like to take the first part of the question? If not, Richard can also provide some insights. Okay. Richard.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Let me first start with saying that also PRC is still in this transition phase. So they have applied on the basis of available technologies that are available nowadays, and have implemented on the basis of several pilots and successes. They have upscaled this kind of technology. I gave the example of LNG. It's considered as a transition fuel for longer distances. You also see LNG-powered vessels in, let's say, for maritime transport, seagoing vessels also. There are still challenges there as well, also in China. If we consider the LNG engines that are applied in the inland shipping sector, we need to consider that we need to also improve these kinds of engines still because of methane slip. If we do not control methane slip in terms of greenhouse gas emissions is 25 times worse than burning diesel fuel. So it's an important factor to consider also applying LNG powered engines. Then on, let's say, the zero emission technology, specifically looking at hydrogen fuel cell, battery electric, it's important that you look at different market segments for these kinds of technologies, looking at the operational profile of the vessel. Same applies to seagoing vessels, same applies to inland waterway transport vessels. If you have an engine with 500 kilowatts and you transport between A and B for 10 hours, you need your distance to travel the cargo or passengers, you travel over a distance of 10 hours. Then you need 5 megawatt hours of energy as a solution to be installed on board. Can be done with containers, battery containers, can be done with the equivalent energy that also provides this amount of energy need. If we look at short distance transport, passenger vessels, ferry operations that cross the channel, they typically have travel short distances and require, let's say, less energy to make this trip while they are berthed and people or cars embark, disembark. By means of fast charging, you can reload the battery, and overnight, when they're not in operation, you can recharge them fully. So you look at different market segments to the operational profile of the vessel to tailor whether there are alternatives available and also whether there's a business case. If you look at diesel versus electric power, especially also looking at China and their production capacity now of renewables, renewable electricity powered by wind or generated by wind or solar, it's very much competitive also with the thermal power that they generate. So you have a business case there to invest in these kinds of operations nowadays already. Also for, let's say, container vessels. I've also provided an example where battery electric, despite the higher capital investments with your batteries and swappable battery containers, there's also a business case there. It might lead to slightly higher operational costs as a result of the capex. But you see that currently these kinds of initiatives are, the capex is subsidized in order to test these kinds of solutions and then upscale on that basis. We also see the same in Europe currently. So the uptake of new technologies in the inland shipping sector is slow. A lot of family-owned businesses that are still active both in the market in both PRC and also in Europe, owning maybe 1 or 2 vessels. They are postponing investments to see what kind of technology they can apply and they can afford on a business case basis. Therefore, also the financing mechanisms that was mentioned by Duncan are very important to make sure that we are able to finance and accelerate the uptake of these kind of new technologies. But it's a fact that if we look at the alternatives to diesel fuel and also looking at diesel fuel costs per liter, it's quite challenging to develop these business cases to alternatives, looking at the energy density, looking at the higher cost of energy storage on board of the vessels. Like I said, so for some market segments it's possible, as we see in China, as we see in Europe, as we see also in US, as we see in other places, India, also with even also solar powered vessels, very interesting concept for passenger operations. But yeah, it's a challenge nonetheless.
Yeah. Thanks, Richard, and thank you for the question. Reflecting on Duncan's presentation and the clarity in which it illuminated the concession, the access to the concessional lending, and the 3 groups, and the distribution of funds and how that's devised and measured, and also the declaration that how many trillion was it, Duncan? 4, 5? Yeah. So 2 trillion and probably counting, right? So the measure of success can be counted in the dollars spent, and there's organisations, as that big list declared, that have funding resources, and ADB with its decision to focus on specifically a bespoke lending campaign designed for this, for maritime transport and greening of ports and decarbonisation. It's a huge step ahead. So that's the intro to this. The application of it, though. So what to spend it on? And Richard, you talked about the application of that and the some of the pilot programs, both in Europe and China, and the question was targeted towards that, and some of those applications, as Richard alluded to, is short distance passenger transport, short distance freight hauling, inter-island transport. So inland waterways is the the reach, the range of the vessels is very similar to that which is looking at Pacific countries, and thinking about the existing vessels that are in operation, and looking at some of the pilot programs that are proving capacity and capability that we saw and we stepped on board. They have same range, they have same power. And Duncan introduced the transitionary effect within ports, which is easy to achieve, which is work boats, pilot boats, line boats, harbour towage, and these are in operation now, so it's happening. The advancements in battery storage and battery power and battery range is just going to get better and better as the technology improves. So the first movers will have the advantage. And thinking with some of my Pacific friends, thinking about the journeys of passenger and freight between Mulawhenua and Salalonga, Nuku'alofa and Vavau or Haupai, Honiara to Malaita. These are accessible. These are the ranges which are being delivered now. There's ships doing this. So I'd encourage the thinking to sort of look towards these, step changes, and be brave. And the solution is in this room. Those managing it, those resourcing it, those managing the assets, and those ready to create a pathway with the lending facilities to allow it to happen, concessional and blended financing to make this happen. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a bit jet lagged. I arrived a few days ago, but my brain is still going a bit slow. So I forgot to mention a few things. I want to add on what has been mentioned by me to your question and also by Adrian. Two things. Let's say different from in Europe, where let's say also the green investments or the investments in green technology is also stimulated by the means of introducing legislation, emission standards, but also the emission trading systems, corporate sustainability reporting directives, to stimulate that large energy consumers and also polluters basically are stimulated to report on their emissions, but also to be taxed on their emissions. Meaning that if they invest in cleaner technologies, they get less taxed. So there are quite a number of tools considered. One is, for instance, an emission label for inland vessels, talking about the inland shipping sector or the shipping sector specifically, where preferential policies and taxation may be, taxation may be enforced to fossil fuels, whereas the funds generated through this taxation may be used again to also green inland vessels. So it's a sort of a revolving fund, also a very interesting mechanism. But let's say Europe is more following a roadmap to legislate and to enforce and to tax fossil fuels. China is more focusing on, let's say, the stimulating policies to maximize the uptake of new LNG technology. So green technology has been the main driver of the Chinese economy last year. In all kinds of sectors, but also mostly the renewable energy production sector. Wind energy, solar power in the north, in the western parts of the country, land-based. At the same time, because of self-sufficiency reasons, also still a lot of investments are done in the thermal power plants. But nonetheless, there's a lot of capacity and there's a lot of interest to finance new energy technology and research and development in this field. If you look at the application then, and also for, let's say, longer distance transport, and I forgot to mention that earlier, if you do invest now in a new vessel, you can make sure that it's optimized in terms of hull shape to have a low resistance in the water, to make sure that it's very, well, super efficient, basically. It requires some investment up front, but you save a lot of fuel, you save a lot of fuel costs, also if you still sail on fossil fuel. Then if you do invest in technology, make sure that it's modular. Whether this is a smaller vessel, whether this is a medium-sized vessel, whether this is a bigger vessel. But make sure that investments done in vessels, they are not done for 5 years. No, they're done for the longer term, 20, 30, even 40 years. We have vessels in Europe that are that the hull is currently 50, 60 years old. In the meantime, engines have been replaced. But make sure that if you invest now in a new vessel, that it's modular. Maybe you can install already a small battery, even for the bow thrusters, for seagoing operations. Have a small battery there inside a container or a fixed battery. For your main engine propulsion, you can have it electric, have a small battery there, and you can still have generators on board to generate this electricity to be stored in the batteries, but also to directly drive the vessel. When in case of a new technology with the improvements also mentioned by Adrian, because these kinds of innovations go really fast. I've mentioned also the cost of fuel cells reducing very rapidly. Then maybe after 10, 15 years, when you're ready to do another investment, you can also replace your existing diesel engines with newer technology, with newer engines, hydrogen, clean hydrogen, depending indeed, again, on the operational range. But indeed, well, as technology improves, also batteries improves, the exchange will lengthen, your range will increase. So yeah, that's the few additions that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard and Adrian. Okay, we have time maybe for a very quick question. Yeah.
My name is David Peter, and I'm from Papua New Guinea. And I've got my colleagues from, I'm from PNG Port. I've got my colleagues from PNG Port, as well as the Department of Transport. I think the tone of our message from PNG was set by our minister a few days ago. And just to head on to what he said, the issue we have in PNG, and I think for most of the Pacific Islands, is we're dealing with the issue of adapting to climate change and its impacts. Now, when we talk about decarbonization and green port, it's another step further for us. That's in the long range for us. But right now, we have got real challenges in addressing the issue of climate change. And I can give an example of what we are doing at the PNG ports. We received funding from one of the international donor agencies, and we are trying to rehabilitate our existing port facilities. And when we started to factor in the adaptation of climate change and trying to elevate our port facilities and to address the issues that we are faced with. We note that our price actually went through the roof because we can't cater for these costs. So that's the issue that we are currently struggling with to address at our ports. And now we're going to go into decarbonization and green ports. And we have limited resources. And what has happened now with our funding we received from the international donor, to be very specific, the Australian International Financing Facility for the Pacific, we're now short. We cannot actually factor those things we wanted to factor in to be able to address the issue of climate change that we face in our ports. Now, I'd like to ask this question, in particularly to Duncan. Would you be able to guide us? Because we also know that we cannot have access to the Green Climate Fund because the Paris Agreement wants to protect us, the Pacific Islands, and everybody else from being inundated by sea. But there is no clear mechanism as to how we can access their support as well. And that is why I'd just like to ask this question. We're doing some work in WIWEC and in Vanimo with the ADB on building on developing green ports, and also with the we received funding through the Office of the Climate Change in PNG to develop trial port in one of our ports in PNG to learn from that experience and to be able to develop climate resilient ports. But the issue we have right now is just trying to address that issue of adapting to climate change. And for us to go into decarbonization is a little bit challenge for us right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very good question that merits in-depth discussion. Duncan, maybe if we can give us some quick feedback, and then we would certainly like to discuss this further with you and others that could be interested in this particular topic. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks so much for the question. I'll try to keep it brief. I know we're due for lunch. So I'll touch first on one thing that Adrian said, and that was when he mentioned the plans to raise money and develop a fund, what to spend it on. And that is a really important question here internally at the bank if I'm going to try to sell the idea of why ports and shipping deserves its own new fund. I'm going to get those questions. I'm already getting them. Asian Development Bank has a multitude of other funds. We have the ADF. We have our concessional lending. Why does this sector need its own fund, right? So one of the things that helps me make that case is a pipeline of projects. So what's one of the things every time we've had our knowledge sharing workshops, we had one in Shanghai and then in Singapore, we spent a lot of time on developing project ideas. And the more fleshed out those get, the better it is, so that when I come up with these meetings internally with this new idea for a fund, and let me be clear, when we say green ports and maritime decarbonization, it absolutely does include the climate adaptation and resilience component. That's all included in what I'm talking about. Then the idea of having a pipeline of projects is absolutely essential. We can't really raise money if we don't have ready-to-go pipeline of projects. Nobody wants to put money in an account and let it sit there while we then decide what to do with it. So that's where I think all of us, we have the right people in the room, can actually help, is by coming up with projects. Even if you don't know how it's going to be funded yet, we want to see what those projects look like from your knowledge of your specialized needs at your ports. You know what your ports need more than we do. And then another thing that I think that you can do back at home is raise the priority of your port needs and your maritime needs with your government. Your government already has country partnership strategy meetings with your ADB offices. Many of you have a resident mission office or a regional office for your country. So those are the meetings where you develop a pipeline that accesses an allocation every year from ADB. And the more we see port and maritime projects show up in those priorities, then the better it is for us to make the case why we need to focus on this. So we need a pipeline of projects, and we need your own government, when they meet with ADB regional offices and resident missions, to be telling us that's a priority. And I understand that's not easy because from the government's perspective, they have a range of competing priorities that all demand their attention. And I'll just give Adrian 1 minute to chime in.
We need to move on. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. I think that sets the tone also for the discussions in the afternoon. The idea is to see what we need to do, how we're going to do it, what else do we need to do that we're not doing now to make things happen. So for that, now Richard will explain briefly the structure of the discussions for the afternoon, since we will be meeting in different rooms. Some of you have already been assigned to either discussions on inland waterways or ports. Others have not, were not necessarily in the initial list, so we will have to register after this. But Richard will explain the details briefly.
Yeah, perfect. If the presentation can be loaded, outline the breakout sessions. Thank you very much. Yeah, let me very briefly explain, take 5 minutes. We, as NESRA, have been involved in strategic planning in the ports and inland waterway transport sector. And we have applied this result-based methodology in those strategic sessions. It consists of, well, diagnostics analysis to start with, but let's say the core of this methodology is a workshop of 1 or 2 days together with the stakeholders that are responsible for the port planning, but also the concessionaires, the terminal operators, the cargo owners, vessel operators, port operators, financing institutes, banks, NGOs, academia, all involved in, let's say, port planning or inland waterway transport planning. We have them around the table in this workshop to develop together with them a strategic plan on the basis of identification of bottlenecks and challenges, objectives, what you want to achieve, short, medium, long term, and actions, measures, interventions related to this. And basically by a 1-day, 2-day workshop, you end up with a logic framework in several components, usually infrastructure, operations, market development and governance, and capacity building as a horizontal component covering all those aforementioned components. You end up with a logical framework with all kinds of interventions that contribute to the specific and higher objectives, goals, what you want to achieve for your port, for your inland waterway transport sector. Can be a general plan, can be a specific plan related to greening. Then you turn into validation cycles, again with all the stakeholders that were involved in this workshop, and you create ownership. You prioritize the activities needed, what you can do short term, but doesn't cost a lot of money, and other things that do cost money and you need to plan a bit further ahead. And you also look at the capacity development gap to be addressed in terms of training in all these areas. The full-fledged interactive workshop setting looks like this. It's eight steps basically, from identification of stakeholders, bottlenecks, grouping of the problems, to also look into the activities and interventions, and to prepare the logic model and then as a basis for the strategic plan. This is an example how it looks like. This is specifically for inland waterway transport development, a general strategy to develop inland waterways in terms of infrastructure, operations, market development and governance, with a horizontal action in green of capacity development. You cannot read it, it's not important. I'm just explaining just very briefly. Each activity which you see in this logic model is further detailed in terms of type of action, rationale, the stakeholders involved and responsible, the time frame, risk analysis, and the priority level based on ease of implementation and the impact of the action, and also a budget requirement. Again, within 1 or 2 days, in a week's time, you have a full strategy developed. or a strategy updated. We cannot do this, let's say, full RBM cycle, research-based methodology in this afternoon session. But we are planning to do a few elements. We have parallel breakout sessions for green ports development and inland waterway, transport, shipping, and regular shipping services, seagoing, we combined. We start these sessions with a short diagnostics based on experiences from ADB DMCs. For green ports, we have Florence Nant representing Fiji and the Solomon Islands, George Rousey, to present shortly on their developments in terms of green port development and challenges. And in the shipping session, we have Abu Saleh Qayyum from Bangladesh to present their developments and challenges. What we do then is follow 3 steps. In smaller groups, we will work on main challenges, grouping of the problem and bottlenecks, and then also related to those problems and bottlenecks, define intervention activities and priorities, with also a short discussion on potential support needed from ADB for some of the quick intervention measures or longer term intervention needs. There will be facilitators from ADB, experts from the transport department of the ADB, working with all of you in the DMCs on these kinds of on these kinds of challenges and projects, to guide also the discussions and help facilitate the discussions during the breakup. What we will do also, my colleagues and I and Adrian, we will also support and guide the discussion during these breakouts, and also summarize to be brought back to the plenary session afterwards. This is roughly how the program in the afternoon looks like for green ports and green inland shipping sessions. A few keynote speeches, interactive session in 3 steps. We have a post-breakout sessions where we come all back to this room, where with your colleagues within your country or in your region, you can discuss what you have learned, your key takeaways from the breakout sessions. Come up with one action that you can do for yourself and you want to undertake, you want to prioritize in terms of green development in the ports, in the shipping sector, that you might be willing to share in the closing plenary session, which will be, let's say, the very last part of this afternoon between 4 and roughly 4:30. The breakout session on green ports is in this auditorium hall 4 after lunch, guided by my colleagues Sandra and Adrian. We have separated the group, the participants that have registered for this session, for this day, for this workshop, between green ports and shipping, because we want to create a balance, and if we give you free choice, you might end up, all of you, in the ports session or in the shipping session, but we actually want to have input for both. So in case your country is represented by multiple experts, we have tried to divide the group in 2. So please take a picture also of this screen to know if you're in this session, in this hall, addressing green ports, or you're in the LRC1, which is close to the library. So if you walk past the canteen towards the library, on the right-hand side, there's the LRC1 room, where the shipping session will be guided by my colleague Ties and myself. And you see the people, the participants for this session right here. If your name is not in either one of these 2 sessions and you would like to join, please, right after this presentation, approach me and we will try to, we will point you to one of these sessions to participate. Only one request. You don't need to be experienced, very experienced in the field of new energy technology or whatsoever. We will focus on your key bottlenecks, your challenges. We will separate the group, the larger group, into smaller group to create discussion with, let's say, groups build up from different DMCs. So we will mix the groups to maximize knowledge exchange between you. My experience and also what I get back from participants that we had in previous strategic planning following this approach is basically it's a lot of fun. So it's something different. You won't be listening to presentations like you have done all morning. You will participate actively, be open-minded, be proactive, and I'm sure you will have a lot of fun this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Let's start with the Green Port session. If anybody wants to go to the shipping session now, this is the time to decide. Otherwise, you will be stuck in the port session for the coming 1.5 hours. I'll tell you a little bit more about how we're going to tackle this, and then I will give the floor to the two presentations. Yeah. As explained already by Richard, we will have two presentations about green port development by Florence Nant from the Fiji Ports Corporation and by George Rousey from the Solomon Island Ports Authority, just to give you an idea of what is being done already in the region. And then we will start our first steps within the result-based management elements. First step will be defining the main challenges, then we will work on the grouping of problems, and then we will work on the interventions. The idea is that this group will be divided in 4 smaller groups. So after the presentations, we will divide you a little bit around the table so that you can mingle with your colleagues from other DMCs. That's the ideal setting. And then we will summarize and hopefully learn also from the other group what they have been experiencing during the definition of the challenges and bottlenecks and interventions. So I'd like to give the floor now to Florence.
Good afternoon, everyone, and Bula Vinaka. I'm Florence Nand from Fiji Ports Corporation Limited. I'm the Manager, Planning and Strategy Implementation. And I would like to thank the World Bank, as well as, IDB, as well as Nestra and the Secretariat for the kind invitation. So on behalf of our CEO, and we would like to take this opportunity to thank the ADB again. So today my presentation is on green port development, the sustainability journey at Fiji Ports. So my presentation is divided into 2 parts. Basically, firstly, I'll be giving a corporate profile of what Fiji Ports is, some of the implementing sustainability policies that we have. Also, the next part will be enabling our commitment to sustainability, and then looking at some of the sustainable development and operational aspect. And then also we have embedded a fostering a culture of sustainability into our operations as well as into our workforce. And lastly, I'll be discussing on some of the challenges. A little bit about Fiji Ports Corporation. We are a public-private partnership, and we had ventured into divestment of shares in 2013, and then we ventured into a PPP in 2015. So we run as a private port management company in Fiji, And our shareholding structure consists of government 41%, and Fiji National Provident Fund holds 39%, and Atkins Spence, this is the Sri Lankan company, holds 20% shares. And then we have our associate company called Fiji Ports Terminal. They look after the cargo and terminal operations. And then we also have a subsidiary company called Fiji Ships and Heavy Industries Limited. They look after the slipway and ship repair services and heavy industrial work in the South Pacific. A little bit about Fiji Ports. We look after the two main international ports, Port of Suva, which accounts for 60% of cargo, and then we have Port of Lautoka, which accounts to 40% of international export and import. Then we have our other port, Port of Levuka, which is located in the other southern side of the island, and this handles about 0.2% of the international export of fish, frozen fish. And then we'll also look after some of the secondary ports, Wairiki, Vunda, and Malau. So some of the operations at Fiji Ports is we look after the general harbor master functions, pilotage, tugboat operations, and so forth, which is mentioned on the screen. Other than that, the tug operations is outsourced or subcontracted to a local company. And our associate company, Fiji Ports Terminal Limited, they look after the stevedoring, cargo handling, storage, and receiving and delivery of goods. So Fiji Ports, we have received ISO certifications for environment, quality, OHS, and recently, late last year, we have received ISO 22316 for organizational resilience. And this year, we are working towards trying to achieve the energy management certification, as well as our target is to achieve cybersecurity certification by next year. Moving on, I'll be discussing on some of the policies, sustainability policies that we have. As an organization, we have our five-year strategic plan, which was launched in 2019. And late last year, the new board decided that they will extend the implementation of the strategic plan due to the COVID pandemic that was encountered. So the implementation period has been extended for another 2 years. However, this year we'll be undertaking another exercise of developing a new strategic plan where we will incorporate the existing strategies and then formulating new ones so that we are able to keep track with the rest of the shipping companies, our stakeholders as well. So in the strategic plan, we have 6 key focus areas: governance, infrastructure, organization capacity, finance, and the main one for today is environment and sustainability, which is embedded into our 30 associated plans and frameworks. And the 6th strategic perspective that we have is looking at safety, security, and technology. So on your right, that is the framework that we use internally, which guides us in different strategic perspective areas. For example, environment management system, it's embedded into our strategic perspective 5. So this pillar guides us trying to reduce our carbon footprint and also to initiate some of the green port initiatives. Next one, the other key document that we have is the Green Port Master Plan. Again, it was developed in 2019, and this is a dedicated roadmap for Fiji ports in terms of reducing our environment impact. And this plan is independent from our strategic plan because in a way that it aligns to some of the SDGs goals. And we try to achieve these goals and have a monitoring system in place whereby we monitor and track our progress quarterly and then annually. Next, these strategies are then put into some action plans, and we have created internally some of dashboards whereby we track our progress quarterly and annually. So we have developed a Green Port Master Plan dashboard, as well as some of the reduction of energy consumption and EGE emission as well. So we monitor that on a periodic basis. The other things, initiatives that we have undertaken are implementing some of the LED lighting within our port operations, as well as our head office. And we also provide regular training and reporting to our staff. And also we have initiated water management. And some of the other things that are ongoing initiatives are the regular update of LED lighting in all our facilities, as well as resource management, which is 30% completion at our local wharves, as well as at our international ports. Other than the Green Port Master Plan, we have also developed port procurement sustainability guidelines. So this is something which our procurement team uses internally when we issue tender process and we do the selection of contractors and vendors. So we have a guideline, and we see that our stakeholders also follow green practices, and that is also embedded in the projects that we do. As previously mentioned, we are ISO 14001 certified under Environment Management System, and this has been achieved through DNV. So every year we undergo an external audit, and then this gets recertified for the 2 years. Next, I'll be talking on some of our commitment to sustainability. So as an organization, we have 4 key areas that we look into. So our main vision is to be the smart green gateway for trade in the South Pacific. And for that, we have developed our focus areas. So one looks after value creation. So under value creation, we look at the infrastructure and people and improvement of facilities towards becoming more green and sustainable. Second one is on sustainability on its own, where we have our Green Port Master Plan and some of the initiatives and projects that we have highlighted, and we are progressively implementing those. And some of the initiatives and achievements, I will be discussing that later in my slide. Then the third focus area for us to be the smart port. So we are undergoing a lot of digital transformation internally, and these are some of the things. For example, we also have another important plan developed called Information System Strategic Plan. So under that, we have a lot of digital transformation projects that we have highlighted, and we are implementing this as well. And obtaining the ISO certification for cybersecurity and the others are part of this strategic transformation. And lastly, we look at work-life balance. Here we have learning management for our internal staff. So we keep abreast of the trends that are done globally, and then we embed that into the learning culture within the organization. And then lastly, we have well-being and mental health of our employees. So we engage a lot of CSR activities with our local communities so that our staff are able to give back to the community. Moving on, these are some of the strategic investment initiatives that we have undertaken. Excuse me. So over the period of 2016, we had initially taken the energy audit, and this was funded by SPC. And some of the green port initiatives that we have undertaken is we have established the carbon neutral facility at our local wharf. So we have embedded all the solar lighting panels, and excuse me, then we have installed the diesel incinerator, as well as the upgrading of Lotoka Yard 4 project. So Lotoka Yard 4 project, this is regarding increasing the throughput capacity as also for container storage. And then also, like all our facilities, we have upgraded using the LED lighting systems. And lastly, we have purchased pilot boat, 2 pilot boats, and these have been made using environment-friendly materials. As mentioned before, excuse me, there are a lot of, we invest a lot of training into our workforce. So these are some of the trainings that the staff have undertaken over a period of time. Again, moving on to being a green and a smart port, we have also done a lot of software automation. Also, we have done resource management in terms of smart metering initiatives at our ports, and we monitor the air quality and the energy usage as well. So some of the initiatives that were undertaken, so Fiji Ports was the first Pacific port that undertook a level 1 energy audit in 2016. And this audit was undertaken by 80/20 Green and commissioned by SPC. And out of that, there were some of the cost-saving initiatives that was identified. And then from then, we had implemented these initiatives, and we saw that there was a lot of 21% reduction in electricity consumption in 2017. And also, there was a lot of savings in operational cost. Excuse me. And internally, we measure our energy consumption. So we have developed some of the energy trackers, and this is being monitored by our Environment and Sustainability Officer. So this is basically at the Port of Suva, where all the lighting has been upgraded into LED. Then we have also established the first carbon facility at our local wharf. So I won't be discussing in detail all this, but we saw that by implementing all this, we have seen that there is a cost reduction or also a reduction in our carbon footprint at our local facilities. Some of the other environmental and sustainability initiatives that we have undertaken in terms of renewable energy and efficiency measures, we have installed the electric incinerator at our International Port of Suva. And we have also implemented waste management system, as well as the other initiatives like green spaces and guidelines within our port facilities, and as well as at our head office. And also to discuss on some of the development projects at Lotoka Port, Container Yard 3. It has been completed late last year, and it has some of the environmental benefits and operational efficiency. And Lotoka Port Container Yard 4, it is currently being designed by an external consultant, and we will be able to see that it will feature some of the benefits compared with Yard 3. And the other upgrades that we have done is in terms of having a CAL software implemented to monitor the progress of the upgrade of and rehabilitation of projects. And lastly, the facility and energy efficiency upgrades at all our facilities. Can I have the next slide, please? Oh. Apologies for that, there's some technical issues. Sorry about that, I'll just continue. So some of the other sustainable infrastructure rehabilitation initiatives that we are undertaken in our projects, we have embedded the Green Shield technology, and which is currently being undertaken at the Queen's Wharf at our port of Latoka. So this is something which our consultants are advising us to use in terms of rehabilitation project. And then we have another project, the Mewalu to Inter-Island Passenger Terminal. This is currently in design phase. So this is something whereby this will allow the local inter-island travel operations at our local wharf at Suva. And again, during the design phase, they'll be using materials so that they are sustainable, and we will be able to reduce some of the carbon footprint at our local wharf operations. And again, during the maintenance dredging project, we are undertaking this at Port of Suva as well as Port of Latoka. So we factor into taking into consideration some of the environment impact assessment and then rectifying that during our scope of work. And just to give you an overview, this is one of the dashboards that we have implemented internally, and this is how we track our progress every quarter and then yearly in terms of reducing our carbon footprint. This is again one of the internal dashboards that we have created to monitor the Green Port Master Plan initiatives. So again, apart from the strategic plan, the Green Port Master Plan has its own strategies and projects outlined, and we monitor the progress of these, and then we embed these into our operations and see that whichever projects which is not progressing well, then we have an internal discussion, we embed and we change that so that all the projects are being implemented. Then moving on, a sustainable culture starts at the top. So with sustainability and environment, we have embedded this from our CEO, and then it trickles down to the executive management, to the head of departments and then staff. So we have developed this organization structure whereby looking into our strategic perspective, we have, for example, under sustainability and environment, which is looked after our chief operating officer. So he'll be responsible of driving the strategies and the projects within his operational area with the support from the other staff and other departments. So some of the Green Port achievements that we have obtained, as I had alluded earlier, we have the following ISO standards, and then we have also established the first carbon neutral facility in 2021. And moving on to the achievement sides, we have been the recipient of the Akiyama Award for Climate Energy under Green Port initiatives for 2 years, so 2022 and 2023. This was presented during the IAPH World Conference. And then we have, at a national level, we have received some of the awards for Green Award for Protection of Environment, given by the Scouts movement. And recently, last year, we were also the recipient for the President's Fiji Business Excellence Award for Green Sustainability. So as a organization, this is the highest level of national award any company could obtain. And amongst the 100 plus companies, private sector as well as public sector, we were the company that had achieved this last year. In the Green Port Master Plan, we have the implementation methodology, whereby we have a set of committee that looks after or driving these Green Port initiatives within the organization. And all these projects are self-funded. For FPCL, currently we do not have any borrowings. It is self-funded through our CAPEX budget. And then we have a monitoring system whereby we track and monitor the progress of all the projects that is being currently undertaken. And then the master plan, there is a regular review and update, and then these are some of the discussions or projects that are discussed annually during our annual budgeting period. I had mentioned about some of the CSR activities. So as a company, we heavily involve our stakeholders, our local communities. So some of the cleanup, for example, cleanup campaigns that we have undertaken over a period, which involves a lot of our staff and community. And some of the things that we have done, for example, like we participate in the World Oceans Day. We do mangrove planting during World Environment Day, so forth. So this has been an ongoing corporate level events that we engage ourselves annually. Now moving on to some of the challenges. So as a small developing port, there are so many challenges that Fiji ports as well as my colleagues from other ports face. So the main ones are like the economic constraints, need for sustainable development. I have highlighted that in yellow, in orange, just to showcase that this is the key area that Fiji ports is facing challenge with. And there are other challenges, for example, resource and technology, competition from the larger ports, as well as the bureaucratic challenges and the laws and requirements, as well as human resource limitations, whereby we lack technical expertise. So a lot of our projects is being tendered out, and we engage external expertise locally and internationally to assist us with some of our projects. And then again, as a regional port, we try to embed our initiatives and we align that to what the regional ports are also doing as well as what the global trend is. So with the assistance of SPC, the Pacific Ports Vision 2030-2050 recognition framework was developed, and it has a lot of indicators whereby the ports needs to be resilient, green and clean. So as an organization, as a port management company, we track our progress against these indicators. So we are starting small and then trying to align ourselves to the global trend as well. So this is an area whereby Fiji Ports is able to embed our green port initiatives and track our progress against what the larger ports are undertaking. And lastly, just to mention, we have received assistance from ADB, and we have a relationship going back with them for so many years. So for Fiji, there are 6 main ports of entry. I had mentioned that Suva, Lotoka, and Levuka are the main ports, and there are other local ports. And port of Suva and Lotoka, they account for 95% of Fiji's import and export. And the Suva port as well as the Lotoka port, it was built in the late 1960s and 1970s. And we had received the first ADB loan in 1975 for the upgrade of the Suva port. So that is a very old photo of Suva port. And the next slide will show how we have progressed over time. So at the bottom, that's what currently the Suva port looks like. Very congested. Containers, they have to wait for berthing time. And so this year, we'll be completing this Suva port relocation feasibility study. This is again an assistance that was provided by ADB through the government, and Fiji Ports has been part of the steering committee to look after the relocation of the Suva port project. So this is one of the biggest projects for Fiji, and the project is about to be completed end of May, whereby we'll be able to see either partial or full relocation of the port operations from Suva to another location, whereby we'll be able to ease traffic congestion and be able to welcome bigger vessels as well. So with this new Suva port relocation, we will try to embed some of the trendy, I would say, or green port initiatives and smart port initiatives when we do the Suva port master plan in the coming months. So that was all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention, and you can always reach me. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Florence, for your interesting presentation, and also good to hear that it does not only cost a lot of money, but you can also save money with implementing green measures. So that's always nice. Next presentation will be done by Mr. George Rousey from Solomon Ports. I'd like to give you the floor.
Good afternoon, Roketak. Good afternoon, everyone. My presentation today will be very brief, and it will be on Solomon Ports Green Port initiatives. These are very local initiatives, in-house initiatives that's been done by Solomon Ports, and we embarked on this journey since 2018. So I'll be very brief in my presentation. In case you don't know where Solomons is, Solomon Islands is comprised of 9 main islands, which made up of the 9 provinces that made up Solomon Islands as a country. and also there are about 100 other small islands. And we have about 80 languages and a population of around 720,000 people. Solomon Islands Port Authority was enacted as a port in 1956. It's a state-owned enterprise. It operates the port of Honiara, which you see on the board now, and also port of Noro in the Western Province. Port of Honiara has two beds. Bed number one, the one on the far my left, which is about 130 meters long and 10.5 meters deep. And bed number two, the one that the cruise liner is bathed in, 150 meters, and it's about 11 meters deep. And that was a bed that was donated by JICA to us. This is Port of Noro in the Western Province. It's about 60 meters long and 12 meters deep, and depends solely on fish exports by salt tuna and NFT. So Solomon Ports overall, we have throughput of around just 41,000 TEUs a year. So you can compare that to your ports. We are very small in size and also in throughput. We are also the regulator and the operator at the same time. We are a landlord port. We also the stevedores. We are the warehousemen, and we are the harbor master, the securities, everything. So we are a landlord port, both the regulator and also the operator. So what is our Green Port Initiative? It is an initiative designed to reduce the environmental impact of ports while we are still trying to remain economically sustainable. And the ways to achieve this is we improve energy efficiency, use less energy to perform the same task to produce same results, reducing waste and emissions. We promote environmentally responsible shipping and transport practices, protecting the surrounding environment, enhancing biodiversity, and also we create a sustainable port community. We engage in community activities in the communities that the port operates. Our project goals: reduce the use of fossil fuel, also to reduce the cost of operations by using renewable energy. We also integrate and support the local communities through port city community dialogue, and also transform Solomon maritime infrastructure for better climate resilient, and also be a climate change advocate in the Pacific Marine Community. Our targeted sustainable development goals, SDGs, SDG 13, climate action, SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy, and 9, industry innovation and infrastructure. So what ways is Solomon Ports mitigating climate change in its operations? Technology. We put our solar PV systems in our yards to complement our LED lightings, also in our yards both in Noro and Honiara. At our residential areas for housing of our staff, we also put LED lightings in the port of Honiara in our yard, and also along the domestic terminal, because we are also responsible for the domestic port as well. We also put GPS and GLONASS-based systems for our fleet management to manage our fleet well, so that they can be results in the use of less fuel, which is good for the environment as well. What happened? Some in-house practices. Eco-driving skills for staff and the drivers, not only for safety in traffic and also traffic flows, but also the efficient use of fuel, which also our take on it is reduce the cost of fuel and also, of course, contribute towards low emissions. We also erect signposts of energy conservations along our corridors, in the offices, our residential areas, and other public roads that lead into the port. And also have staff awareness programs so that staff can do simple things like turn off the air conditions after work, turn off the lights, so that they are environmentally conscious. The areas of implementation, our international terminal, we demarcate bathing zones, liaising with the Harbour Master Office so that when ships approach our pilotage district, he can keep in contact with them and telling them to low in steaming or can come straight. The pilot can port them in straight to the wharf. Also our container yard, which we erect our LED lightings, and also we use the terminal operating system to manage our yard well as well, so that the drop off and pick up of our containers by trucks. There's a reduction in the turnaround time in the yard, and also helping our guys at the wharf to manage the yard well and put the containers in their rightful place according to the stacks. And also the fuel storage and our operations building and administration buildings. We also put LED lightings, as I mentioned, signboards in there. And also we also put in other environment-friendly things in our buildings and operations buildings areas as well. No report, we have a bathing zone, container yard, also there's a LED light in the container yard. The terminal operating system, port manager, is also in operation down at Noro. We will be changing the port manager operating system to Octopi. That will be live in June. So that is more robust and can also help in managing our yard well as well. Our domestic terminal, we also put perimeter lightings and ISPS jetty gates at our at the domestic terminal. Also, there's LED light poles, security checkpoints, the entrance and exit pump gates also use solar lightings. Also, the 3Rs concept of proper waste disposals at our domestic terminal as well. For the community, we also support the surrounding communities and also in the various provinces, about 5 provinces that we actually help them in community street lights, in their schools, community halls. We provide solar lightings, and also our staff houses at the residential areas. We erect security solar lights, and we also put community market lights in the other centers in the provinces, like in Malaita province, in Auki, Central province, Tulaki, and also in Isabel province. We also have a quarantine facility, an incinerator plant for proper waste disposal sites at the domestic terminal, at the public places, and also liaise with schools. We also, on our all equipments and other machines, we liaise with Solomon Islands National University on how they can reuse some of the old equipments. And also we liaise with other recycle groups, like the guys that are selling metals and that to actually for recycling of all equipments and machines. In our cargo handling fleet, we have reach stackers, forklifts, empty handlers, and tractor trailers. And as much as possible, our operations team manage this well so that these machines don't use much fuel. Also, they've been have awareness to our drivers when simple things like when the machine is not in use, just turn it off, don't turn it on. Also, plan our operations well so that the machines are used efficiently, and that can reduce fuel usage, which is also can lead to low cost of operations and then low emissions as well. This is solar perimeter lights in port of Honiara, the international port on my left, and on the right is the domestic terminal. So we put solar ISPS solar perimeter lights in both ports. Also, this is powered by solar as well, ISPS perimeter lights along our fence, ISPS fence in Port of Honiara. And directional arrow lightings, we use solar powered signage for Honiara Port. These are the LED lightings for Honiara Port, the international and also the domestic. On my right is the domestic, and on the left is the Honiara International Port at night, the highly efficient LED lightings. This port of Noro at night, you can't see much happening there, but still we have to put those LED lightings in. This was done in 2021. In the offices, we also put LED lights installed by replacing our fluorescent light bulbs. We also support our communities, as I have mentioned earlier. We extend the initiative to the rural Solomon Islanders who have no access to electricity. Also involve 5 communities in 3 provinces. And those communities, they benefit through solar powered lights for the schools, community halls, and also street lights in the villages. And here you can see these young ladies unloading a solar panel onto a tucked-out canoe in the Western Province. And they are paddling to their village happy with the solar panel, using the most environmental friendly mode of transport. We got a recognition for our renewable energy at the IAPH Award in Vancouver 2022. We've been nominated as a finalist alongside ports from Australia, Latvia, Azerbaijan, Malaysia, Canada, and Belgium. And we got the award. And on the right is my chairman. He's a former chairman of the board. He's a Filipino, anyone here can recognize him. And on the right is a rep from IAPH. So this reflects the consistency and quality of Solomon Port sustainability efforts over time. We have invested around up to $40 million for the last 3 years on our Green Port initiative, and we achieved 30% of our energy is from renewable energy, and we anticipate 60% around 2026. So that's our target for the next 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Well, thank you, George, for your presentation. Are there any questions for Florence or for George before we start our next steps in this afternoon session? No questions? Okay, can then the slide come back with the breakout? Yeah. No, step 1, please. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here we have it. Okay, what I would like to do, and hopefully you will help us a little bit, Adrian and myself. I would like to divide the group in 4 tables, so to say. I think we have about 6 or 7 experts at one table. We will have all groups have one whiteboard to write down. And what we'd like to do now is the first step is to discuss with your group members and to write down on the whiteboard what limits further or the development of green ports in your country or in your port. What's the competitive position? And you can think along the lines about the hard infrastructure. So are there any elements in the infrastructure that's hampering the developments of green ports? Are there any issues with the operational services? Is it a capacity development an issue? Or is it also, like you see on the blue sign, is it has to do with lacking of policies, are rules and regulations hampering, for example, a green ship to sail on along your ports? Are the institutions that need to be strengthened, or are there any other issues about planning? So there's no wrong or right answer. Everything that you experience in your country or in your port is a right answer. Can also be outside these 2 lines. So feel free to discuss and write down your experiences locally. And then after 10 minutes, we will make a round amongst the 4 groups, and we would like to hear your main issues, and then we will take it to the next step. So if you would like to, we can do 1, 2, 3, 4 groups. Yes? So now's the fun part.
then start to support that. Almost taking over
So that's, yeah, that's what we want. So you're waiting for renovation.
No, we just because I think.
Yeah, they will do, and that's what well, yeah, well, it came up second for us. It wasn't the first thing.
Okay, we go ahead with the next step. Next step is that one group will present for 5 minutes and then the other groups and experts can just pop in. I just found a voluntary, but he's now leaving. Will you do or will Adrian do it? You will do it? Okay, great. Yeah, I don't. Well, this table would like to start, so go ahead, and the other groups feel free to comment or add, or otherwise we do it after your presentation.
No worries. Okay. All right. Okay. So maybe we'll do some then the others. Okay. So our group was very lively, and we're represented by many Pacific Islands, including Federated States of Micronesia, Tonga, the Kingdom, Papua New Guinea, and the Republic of Fiji, the Friendly Isles, Solomons, and Samoa, Malo. So we come up with some, quite high-level, looking at the constraints or the limitations for development of green ports. The primary one, which was, I think, was probably everybody's repeated, is finance. So obtaining the necessary funding for the movement to non-fossil fuel port activity, as well as other initiatives to reduce the footprint of emissions. The SDGs, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, clearly direct what needs to be addressed. So the primary one is necessary funding and access to that, considering the scale of the ports which are represented at the table. And there were some representatives that explained that they have a number of ports, 15 in total, of which only a handful, only I think 4, return a profit. The balance of which either break even or lose money. So the ones that produce the profit have to subsidise under a community service initiative to keep the other ones operating and compliant as international ports of entry. So yeah, so finance, so money. Second one was technical capacity or expertise. So having the knowledge and understanding the pathways, translating that through to management decisions, which can then be put to a board to decide on budgetary distribution to make these things happen. So it's the technical expertise. These things can be imported, but it comes at a cost. The third one was the aging infrastructure. So limitation on the infrastructure, which is currently at a point where it either needs to be refurbished or in Fiji's case, wholesale relocating a port, their major port of Suva. So undertaking any new initiatives presently need to be controlled under a relocation, or in Papua New Guinea's case, a major refurbishments, which means changing of the profile of them, which then so it limits what can be done. Policy or regulatory constraints with concern about the support. Under the current legislations and regulations that drive the ports, and there's ports authorities and ports corporations, state-owned enterprises, state-owned corporations, are controlled as to what they can and can't do under that legislation. Some of which is uncertain as to what is the decisions on renewables, renewable energy. So clear policy guidelines and evolving regulatory direction to support decarbonisation. Incentives to help develop it. And I think today, earlier on, Duncan from ADB that was talking about the financing, you know, he touched on this, that there could be a new funding facility established at ADB, which may specifically provide key funding, which could be used as initiatives to kick off some of these, you know, decarbonisation activities. Recruiting management resources. So we know that in some of the bigger ports that are, you know, Europe and some of the bigger ports in Southeast Asia, they have management that are sustainability and environmental management teams. That's a simple task, is to control and manage the process of transition to renewable energy and decarbonisation at their ports of operations. Trying to find those people at small ports, recruiting them and maintaining them as employees is much more difficult in a small island setting than it is perhaps in a larger economy. As well as it's these people that are trained and have experience and the qualification to undertake those management roles are in high demand. So it's a much sought after position, and whether a small port with a limited budget can afford to take on that extra resource. Stakeholders, so collaboration with stakeholders, and I'm remembering correctly that the stakeholders is other parties which operate within the port, such as in the case of several ports here, and Samoa explained that at their port, the Port Authority provides licenses or contract arrangements to private stevedores. So the collaboration with them is limited by the terms and conditions in those licenses and contract agreements. And similarly, other ports have concessional arrangements where the stevedoring company is undertaken a concession contract for a series of years, for 15, 12, 20 years or something. So the terms and conditions in those concession arrangements may limit what the Port Authority or Port Corporation can instruct to the secondary party or the other stakeholder. And one of our panel mentioned that there's some spillage that they see, which they complain about, but the stevedore says, well, never mind, it'll wash off the deck when the next rain comes. There's a bit of poetic license there. But anyway, government support or recognition for greening. This stems back to the policy making and an absence of clear, defined government direction and support for transition to a decarbonized and transition to renewables policy. Lack of control and contracts limit decisions on non-internal combustion engine, which is ICE, and again, this stems back to the contractual obligations where there's private companies operating major heavy equipment within the port. This next one was quite a key issue, that if you do transition to have the ability to transition in a small port setting, then there's the concern that a large electrified cargo handling equipment, a 45-ton straddle carrier that's powered by an electric engine, you plug it in to a grid that's powered by diesel. So there's a zero-sum gain, right? There's, it's a concern that if the grid is powered by diesel, that you know, there might be a zero outcome. And then the other one, which was the last one, was something which was not visible but of high concern, is the security of supply of current diesel fuel to a remote island nation, where the current volume of that imported diesel fuel is quite a low number, and but is sufficient currently for a commercial tanker company to arrive and distribute that fuel. If that volume reduces, then the costs will increase, and if the volume reduces further, then the supply will stop, because it'll be uneconomic for that tanker and that fuel company to maintain supply of such a small amount of fuel. There were other items, but we'll pass over to the next group, and I hope I've supported my group well. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian, and thank you, group. Yeah, some of the topics I saw already also on the other slides, but this group also touched upon the issue about spare parts and new technologies. Who would like to add a little bit on that?
No, please. I'm concerned about copyright.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Thank you also, Adrian, for providing the points from your other fellow members of your group. And our group is comprising of the secretary from Cook Islands Transport, Mr. Toma from Tuvalu, Mr. Frantika from Indonesia, and myself from Kiribati. Most of the points that Adrian had shared, yeah, we do share the same limitations from our ports, and I do not want to, to repeat what Adrian had already provided, that we already addressed in here. But there are some of the things that I want to highlight also, including what Adrian had mentioned, is the lack of spare parts. In the islands, that's the issue. Because we import, and I think you agree, we import all the machineries, heavy machineries, sport machineries from abroad, from overseas. The issue, there will be like Toyota or Mitsubishi, or, after some years, they do not, provide that kind of a machinery, and sometimes, yeah, to what we experience, a lack of, spare parts, and also in Kiribati, and also in the other ports. And that's the issue. And the spare parts, and what else, our team can also assist on this one. Political will. This is also one of the issues in our respective governments that we discussed. Every government has their own priorities. And most of the time, maritime is just, or the port is just, at the bottom level. How can we put the priority in terms of, coming to the climate change, greenery for the ports? I think this is one of the areas that we need how to gain political will from our respective governments. So this is one of the limitations also for the development of the greener ports for our group. What else? Yeah. I think what's that? Law enforcement. Yeah. The ability to enforce. That is the issue. And for our friend from Indonesia, they have 17,000 islands, with 636 ports. That's a huge one compared to the Pacific. And also, for every port, there is an ability to enforce. So there's a lack of enforcement. And I'll give it to my colleague from Indonesia to elaborate more on the ability to reinforce it.
Yeah, maybe one of our challenge in Indonesia regarding to the climate actions for deregulation. Yeah, we have 17,000 islands that we need to complete the infrastructure, the basic infrastructure for the accessibility to those islands. And also we need funding for this infrastructure. And then we have also the other challenge about the, sorry. This is electrification. Yeah. Yeah, we have challenge to push the electrification because electrification and then the alternative equipment and then fuel alternative because we are here in group, maybe I don't know, in this group, yeah, we have a limitation in spare part equipment maintenance and cost operation is very high, yeah, and it's involved the private sector to invest the this climate action. One of our challenge. Maybe you can add some comments. Because we don't read this. I think we pretty much covered it. Yeah. Maybe we can move to the next one.
Here I saw some issues with data sharing. Maybe who would like to elaborate a little bit on it?
Skip straight to data sharing?
I think the other ones have already
been tackled.
Right?
Okay. So with regards to data sharing, our table is represented by Philippines and PRC, and one of the things that we share in common is the lack of digitalization, and there's room for improvement, so to speak, in optimizing our port operations. There's also the sharing and collecting of data from our respective ports. It's a challenge in the Philippines because our shipping is heavily fragmented and privatized, and there's very little control in terms of data collection. And another is we identify the weakness in historically in planning because of insufficient institutional knowledge, but this next wave of ports and port greenings would address this. We're no longer discussing the other items. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I was at the last group. Shall I do it, or would you to do it? Yeah. Okay. I think most of the topics we have been covering already. An important aspect made by the Vietnamese experts here is that you need to measure before you can even know if you are on a greening track. So currently there are no measurements being done from emissions in the Vietnamese port, so that's challenging. And actually, what is a green port? There are no clear definitions of what is green. So I can have a green port and you can have a green port and it can be completely different. So what is the right starting point if you talk about greening? Furthermore, we have been discussing about also different scales. Different scales, if you talk about criteria of green, maybe you should also then talk about the difference of the scale of the port. So maybe a smaller scaled port should have different criteria of greening than bigger ports. And yeah, think about green award systems. Maybe work with incentives or discounts if you want to attract more green ships and green technologies. I think those were the main topics for this part. Then we can go to the step 2. Thank you all for your input for this one. Yeah, I think we have done this already a little bit. Everybody has grouped itself. Some of the slides are already grouped. Maybe we can indeed go to step 3 and talk about the interventions and actions that can be, or would you like to put on your wish list if you talk about greening of your ports. There are 4 groups. One group can talk about green port infrastructure. One group is on green port terminal and operations, green finance market development, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, it's 5. Green capacity development, I guess that can cover all the 4 topics mentioned before, because if you talk about government system and you want to have a good system in place, I guess it also touches upon capacity development. Maybe that group will be the green port infrastructure. Adrian, you can do the green port and terminal operations. The group that I was with can talk about green finance, market development, and the group here in front will be the governance group. The idea is that after, well, maybe 30 minutes is a little bit too long, but we can talk about intervention and activities and prioritize it, and also discuss a little bit on what the ADB could give as a potential support. So a new slide, new discussions. Is it coffee time? Oh, first coffee. Okay, well then during coffee, maybe you can think already a little bit about what you would like to write down on the next slide. You are Green Port and Terminal, yeah. Okay, then first coffee. This is governance. Yeah.
want me to go back? Yeah, that's where, this is the warehouse. Yep. This is like this is supposed to be, retail. Now, and I think it's already, they come, quickly. They pass it. They just get to come to it. You see the
There's a portion. Yeah, but that's not full.
I think it's for the because the issue with that.
Yeah. Another question that we had was Chinese delegation came to Europe recently. Yeah, and I think they had yeah. Was it a whole company from China or
Last week one is from Jingdao.
Qingdao?
They came back. But prior to that, it's like fishing. Okay, and then they want to secure also a space rather than physically because they are doing the joint venture. Before Chinese factory gave us some.
What do it mean for fishing? The distant fleet. So we're saying we get licensing.
No, they just came in and just they went also to some. But they just gave some presentations. Some new and what sort of successes.
Yeah, they got underway now, so they're going to do the stake. So it's
Maybe due to time limits, Richard advised us to only mention 5 interventions or activities, or so we're limited to 5, and then we I hope we are ready at 4:30.
Oh, really?
Move on to the next.
I think we do a very quick round. You will start. Well, let me first start. I supported the Green Port Infrastructure Group. And the first and main need is to have a green port infrastructure plan in place, including also a plan for the maintenance, and waste is also would like to be included, and also capacity building. So not only focus on infrastructure, but focus on the whole picture, so to say. For now, it's mainly LED and solar. But for the infrastructure plan, it would be good also to look what's possible in the long term. Onshore power supply is not still here on this group. And we were wondering whether this could be installed also linked to the solar panels. Port equipment recharge facilities are needed. Hopefully the next group will talk about the green terminal operations. And they were wondering whether the use of tidal energy could be an option in this region. And also we just discussed whether it would be an option to establish under a platform, a sort of working level platform where information can be exchanged on techniques, but also on legal requirements if you talk about green port infrastructure development. And support from the ADB, well, that was the first green port infrastructure plan. So it would be very helpful if the ports will be supported in developing this plan. Next group, Adrian.
Okay, I'll try my best. We got public awareness and stakeholder engagement. So a lot of these ports are basically public owned by the government. So the engagement, involvement of key stakeholders is essential for green port and terminal operations. My group can help me if I'm going off. Then also to utilize the Pacific Vision framework, using that as a standard to able to get all the ports together to really define what green port is. So we can develop a definition of green port in our Pacific Islands context. So one of the places where we can start is the Pacific Vision Framework 2030 to 2050, which basically also includes the ISO standards as well. The third point, finance. That's really utilizing the spatial greening funds. Fourth is to have staff who are basically dedicated to green port initiatives. And I think Fiji has got a very good example of what that is. And we showed it. It was clear in the presentation this morning that the data they presented actually came from their team that's actually put those of information and the work they're doing. So we can learn from what Fiji is doing in terms of dedicated staff or management within the ports. And the last one is to change the way or to influence the way the terminal operators, because they play a huge role. as ports are going now from public owned to becoming business entities. When this transformation is taking place, the major players within our port operations are going to be terminal operators, and for us to be able to influence these guys is essential for us to apply to use the green port agenda or drive the agenda in our ports. If I'm missing anything, my group can add. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. So our group consists of delegates from Vietnam, and I believe there was another, Laos, and Vanuatu, and myself from Nauru. So based on our group discussions, we had come up with the 5 points, and because of limited time. So we came up with 5 points, but I think we can somehow make this sort of into a guide. So it's like step 1, 2, 3, without realizing it, this is sort of how it looks. So our topic was on green finance and market development. So step 1, or number 1, access to funding. As our colleague from PNG recently, earlier mentioned that there is access to ADB funding, but because there is not enough information or knowledge on green initiatives, so to make a proposal for access to GCF, so this limits the access to funding when it comes to green finance. The next step, step 2, is to have a clear criterion, a list for to support project funding applications. So based on that step 1, then you move to step 2. Step 3 is from your understanding of what the criterion is and whether you meet those criterions or not, then you will build your concept note or a business proposal to the donors to request this access to funding. And then next, step 4, with that funding, access to that funding, or once it's approved, then you will work with the relevant stakeholders to be involved in implementation, I guess, to that particular project that you are proposing for green financing. And then the last step, last but not least, step 5, once that project is implemented, it will create good reputation through green initiatives that will create investment opportunities and cooperation with other partners, so more donor funds. Thank you for that listening, and thank you to our delegation for sharing this guideline, if you may. Okay, thank you.
And then the last group on governance and capacity development. Who can I give the floor?
In a much better position.
Good afternoon, everyone. So our group is composed from delegates from the Philippines and the PRC. So timely, we are both from the government sector, and our exercise focuses on the governance and capacity development initiatives. So the overview would be to have first to set clear goals and strategies and to achieve time-bound roadmap to achieve these goals. And in order to do that, agencies, government agencies, especially in the Philippines, wherein several government agencies and groups have their own things and projects, these projects have to be streamlined and then to have an institutional setup wherein the projects are not redundant or can be done together by the agencies. So this enables the proper planning of the government for budget preparation and requirement. since one of the challenges we identified earlier would be the budget and the capital investment. Next would be to reduce and fulfill policy gaps. So more on the regulatory side is to identify the gaps that the existing policies and guidelines and how to improve these policies to be implemented. Next would be the sufficient manpower with appropriate skill sets. So coming from the national government perspective, from the planning side, we identify that the institutional knowledge of the government and its people are not enough or sufficient to do everything that we have in mind and to implement the projects that we are visioning. So it's very important for the people to be appropriately skilled, and their skills should be honed. And to complement that would be to have enough manpower, not only in the national level, but also in the operations and even on the ground. And lastly would be to have an monitoring and evaluation tool or mechanism, which is very important for all planning processes, to determine and to see if the goals envisioned were achieved, and if not, to do something about them and to refine them, and to go back to the first step, which is to, again, set clear goals and strategies. And to do all of these things, it's also important to have capacity building and support from other agencies, for example, from the ADB, which this could be where ADB could come in, especially for the manpower component of this system. So it's important that even though the people are well-equipped, learning does not stop, and there's always room for improvement for people and to adapt new technologies and trends that could better be improved and applied in the country. Thank you.
Next slide. That's it. Okay, well, the idea was now that the moderators and the facilitators will write a short wrap-up during the coffee break, but we have done it already. Maybe the inland shipping group can give a sort of recap of what has been discussed there.
Sure, we will do that. Just a quick wrap-up, because yeah, we've taken a lot of time to discuss, and we're a bit running behind on schedule, I would say, and everybody is probably very eager to run out of this place and do something else. But we do want to tell you very briefly what we have done in the other room. We've had about 12 to 15 people there, so a bit smaller group. Very interactive discussions, very good discussions, mostly on the field of problem and bottlenecks. We've taken quite some time to discuss that. And from there, we basically skipped the step 2, but I've asked to save also a bit of time for each group to basically generically come up with, let's say, 5 interventions to address these bottlenecks. I'm not going to present these, but I've asked a volunteer, Sean from the Philippines, to briefly discuss the main bottlenecks that his group discussed, and also the main interventions, the solution to solve these bottlenecks, and also where ADB could potentially provide support to the Philippines, at least, well, the interventions brought forward by his group to address these bottlenecks. So, Sean, go ahead.
Thank you. So I was actually assigned out of my wheel, so so against my will, I'll be discussing this. So first, we have here identified the main problems and bottlenecks. So first, we have here the government interventions. So my team comprised of first the Philippines, Sri Lanka, and South Korea. So first, no government interventions or policies. This includes, of course, the regulations in local government units. The second one is limited application, wherein there is low water depth in most of our countries, so it's not applicable. So although some parts of the country, boats are used for daily necessities or the everyday, it is not used for transportation. So next, we have here costly infrastructure and construction. As you may know, the foundational, or if you weigh one building itself is very costly. And if we would be adopting such, for example, if you would be having two options where you would adopt or either go with what you are currently using, you would most likely choose the current one because of its cost. And of course, relatively, we have here the low participation and awareness of stakeholders. So most residents do not even know what this endeavor is all about, or they just do not adopt, or they refuse to adopt new technologies related to this one. Next, we have here least priority in terms of development. In, for example, in our countries, like what they say, all talk but no bite in terms of that one. And we have here challenging development, retrofitting, and adaptation in terms of the residents. Next, we have here the no comprehensive master plan, including connectivity with other modes of transportation. Next is the expensive green technology interventions. So if you would be choosing combustion technology, which is a lot cheaper, of course, you would have to invest, and of course, for the greener ones. And lastly, costly fuel transition. So for an example would be here in the Philippines, diesel, for example, is around $1. If you would be using biodiesel, which is around 1.5 or 1.6. So imagine that, and then if you would transition into hydrogen fuel, that would also be higher. So that's one bottleneck. And for the intervention, we have here 5. And our team opted to map out some details. So for the ADB funding assistance for a master plan, which is focused on connectivity and development. So first would be proposing a new law. So proposing a new law is no easy feat, and it would entail about 2 to 10 years. So minimum, let's say, for example, 2 years minimum. And it would include, of course, stakeholder involvement and, of course, consultations. Then afterwards, it would have a resolution, LGU meetings, etc. And afterwards, a bill, which would be reading and revisions, at least 3 revisions, and of course, which is a new law. And the next one here is after a study, which is the technology intervention, which would, of course, involve a selection process such as the MAUT, or the multi-attribute utility theory, or the Edwards model. And of course, we would be using that one for a scale of economy, or the what we call as the master plan in these terms. And of course, that plan would involve integrating this plan to the current systems, such as the road systems, or which includes, of course, also the trains, etc. And third, we have here the amendment of the law. So here, I think here in the Philippines, we have the EPIRA law. We could probably amend that law to include penalties or incentives in terms of shipping. And of course, because when you say amendment, this would entail around 2 years. And compare that to a new law, which could have a maximum of 10 years. For example, the law on the agricultural and biosystems engineering law, it took 10 years for it to come into realization. We have here the fourth one is the investment in infrastructure and construction, which is very crucial as the startup. And the government has to recognize that more like a department in this regard. So first, the ADB will conduct initial study, after which it will evaluate some attributes or some objectives, etc., and scientific methodologies, and afterwards on the particular intervention. And lastly, which is the programs and activities. So the ADB, through its capacity building plans, will collaborate with the stakeholders, and this, which would include the NGO, the LGU, the locals, etc. So those are our output for our group. And although most of these are or rather, some of these are not applicable in all countries, this depicts most of the problems that we have encountered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sean. Well done. Yeah, in general, to summarize, what became very clear is that most countries have goals, objectives to reach decarbonization by 2050, but lack a clear roadmap, a strategy how to get there. And that is, well, an opportunity for ADB and also a request by them. I've seen it, well, we've seen it in all the groups that participated in our session, that there's a clear request, okay, help us how to achieve decarbonization in terms of shipping, and probably also you've encountered this in ports. Not only reaching the end goals, but a clear roadmap with intermediate steps where we also monitor and evaluate whether we reach those goals and can adapt to new situations. Yeah, that is something that really came forward in all of our groups discussions, and is a key takeaway from our session. With this, let me hand over to Nicholas to close the session with final remarks.
Thank you very much, Richard, and everyone else. I won't bore you with a lot of conclusions and details, because I think we have discussed a lot of things today, much more than we expected. We expected just to cover the results, I think, initially of our previous study. And to be honest, I have learned a lot of things just from sitting and different discussions for a few minutes, because unfortunately I wasn't able to be fully engaged in all of the discussions. But I hope you too had a good experience, that it was a good learning experience, also an opportunity to connect with others facing similar challenges or very different challenges, but this has given you an opportunity to start thinking about how to face those challenges. Once again, I would like to thank you from myself, consulting team, ADB team, and ADB as a whole. Thank you for participating, for your active engagement. Yes, we will have to complete the survey also. Gloria is pointing that out. So please do so when you have a chance. As soon as I finish talking, which will be very soon, please scan the QR code and complete the survey. This is part of our requirements from our trust funds supporting these activities. So I hope this was really an enriching experience. It was for us. I hope we can continue working together. It is clear that there's a lot of work to be done in terms of planning, policies, etc. But there's also, we have seen a lot of things that are ready for us to maybe take the next step and start working towards the decarbonization of our ports and other environmental sustainability measures that we can adopt. So thank you very much. I hope you had a good stay in Manila. Hope you have safe travels back home, and we look forward to continue working with you. Our ADB team here, you met Marcus Ressner this morning. The team he leads will be ready to support you. And well, safe travels home. See you next time. Thank you. Please don't forget to complete the survey, because if you do, Gloria will kill me. Thank you.